I'm happy to see so many of you here at Westin. First, I would like to welcome our distinguished guest, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Mr. Zdravko Marić. Minister of Regional Development and EU Funds, Madam Nataša Tramišak. State Secretaries, Assistant Ministers, representatives of the diplomatic corps accredited in the Republic of Croatia, Vice President of European Investment Bank, Ms. Červinska, Head of the Zagreb Office of European Investment Bank, Mr. Kovačev, Head of the European Commission representation in Croatia, Mr. Ognjen Zlatev, Director of Adriatic Region in the operational sector of the European Investment Bank, Mr. Gilles Badeau, Partners, European Investment Bank, Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, academic community, representatives of the media, and all of you here today. Now it's time for welcoming addresses. At the beginning, I invite Editor-in-Chief of Jutarnji List, Mr. Goran Ogorlić, to address the audience.
Dobar dan svima.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. I would like to thank all the partners and representatives of the Croatian government, Mr. Marić and Ms. Tramišak, for their support to this conference. The conference was organized at the initiative of European Investment Bank in Croatia and European Commission representation and Jutarnji List. We hope to, through the dialogue of all the stakeholders, academic communities, and so on, to provide an insight in all the potentials as well as challenges of the European Green Deal and other European policies in Croatia. The future of the EU is green. Transfer of Europe to climate-neutral continent by 2050 is the most ambitious group of policies. But if you want to achieve this goal, we need to implement changes in the next decade. Today, we will hear discussions on financial instruments and other tools that are available to the public and private sector for climate projects and other projects that can help reach this goal. We will hear about green investments of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan and also examples from some other countries. We will discuss about the best examples of such implementations from the European Investment Bank. We will also hear about the change amendments to the legislation and all the proposals of the European Commission. You know about this package, which aims to reduce greenhouse gases by 55% by 2030. This is the plan of accelerated decarbonization, but in order for it to be successful, you need to change the way economy functions. I believe that we will hear answers to a lot of questions at today's conference and about examples in Europe and Croatia. I would like to thank our partners for organizing this conference, European Investment Bank and the European Commission, and all the partners who supported this conference. To all of you who are here through jutarnji.hr, I wish you a pleasant day. Thank you.
Hvala glavnom uredniku Jutarnjeg lista.
Thank you, Mr. Ogorlić, for this. I would now like to invite Mr. Anton Kovačev, head of APE Group Office Zagreb, to address the audience.
Poštovani
Dear ladies and gentlemen, On behalf of the European Investment Bank, I would like to thank you all for coming and participating in this conference on potentials of the European Green Deal. I would especially like to thank our main speakers, Ms. Teresa Červinsky, Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Mr. Zdravko Marić, Minister of Regional Development and EU Funds, Nataša Tramišak, and Mr. Mauro Petriccioni, who unfortunately is not here with us, but he will join us via internet, who is the main, who is Director General for Climate Action at the European Commission. Thank you for dedicating your time to this conference. I would also like to thank all the speakers who will talk about the opportunities for economic recovery provided by European Green Deal during panels. I would especially like to extend my gratitude to our colleagues from Luxembourg, along with Ms. Teresa Červinska. We also have Slavomir Žutak with us, then Regional Director Gilles Badot, Alessandro Boschi, Antonio Lorenzo, and Sunita Laku. I would especially like to thank Mr. Ognjan Zlatev, who is the head of the European Commission representation in Croatia, and Mr. Ogorlic and Hansa Media for their excellent collaboration and organization of this conference. Challenges that we are faced today demand us to be quick, so that the difficulties that we have faced during the pandemic do not impact our economy and life as much. We need to enable the economy to recover from the crisis as soon as possible to achieve sustainable life in Europe. European Green Deal is the basis plan for recovery, and through which we want to environmental challenges turn into opportunities. We want to do that through inclusive transition. Due to that, European Investment Bank has approved 1 trillion euros of green investment by 2030 and harmonization of all its funding with the Paris Agreement. Therefore, EIB Group plays a key role in the implementation of European Green Deal in achieving climate neutrality by 2050. In that sense, European Investment Bank, as the largest multilateral loan provider in the world, plays a key role in a strong economic development with an emphasis on green projects. Precisely due to the fight against climate change, EIB has gained a name of Climate Bank of the European Union. With the accession to the EU, EIB also became a Croatian bank. The support to Croatian investors by 2021 is over 7 billion euros through financing investments in economy and infrastructure, approved loans and approved guarantees and capital funds. At the end of this year, we hope that this will be over 8 billion euros. I would like to thank all of you once again for participating at this conference, Potentials of the European Green Deal, and I hope that this conference will contribute to greater investments in Croatian economy, be it from Croatian or foreign investors or the mixture of the two. Have in mind that EIB is your reliable partner for the implementation of all sustainable projects in Croatia. I wish you all a fruitful and successful conference. Conferences are usually full of very serious speakers and listeners. Let us have a joyful conference because we are now working against climate changes and we want to make the life for future generations better. We are speaking for the Green Deal for Croatian economic operators who can then create new jobs for new young employees. Let us enjoy this live meeting as well, and I wish this conference to be very beautiful and joyful. Thank you.
Hvala lijepa gospodinu Kovačevu,
Thank you, Mr. Kovachev. We will also be welcomed by the third co-organizer, Mr. Ognjen Zlatev, who is head of the European Commission representation in Croatia. Mr. Zlatev, please take the floor.
Treća sreća.
Last but not least, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Deputy Prime Minister, dear Madam Tramišak, dear Mr. Savic,
Director General Petriccione, Your Excellencies, dame i gospodo, kolegice i kolege. Veliko mi je zadovoljstvo.
it is my great pleasure to welcome you at the International Conference Potential of the European Green Deal on the behalf of the European Commission. I would like to express my thanks to the European Investment Bank, dear Anton, for the excellent cooperation in the organization of this conference, which is only the continuation of the excellent cooperation we've had for years. I would also like to give thanks to our partner Hansa Media. Judging by the interest in this conference, we can conclude that we all agree that the green transition is really necessary and it has no alternative. The European Union has decided that we want to be the first climate-neutral continent. This ambition of climate neutrality, which was begun by the Paris Agreement, has now become an obligation. The first law entered into force in May. It has two clear targets. By 2030, we need to reduce total emissions by 55% in relation to 1990. And by 2050, we must reach climate neutrality. That is now our legal obligation. All of the targets and ambition of the green transition and digital ambitions we started in 2019 before the COVID pandemic, but the pandemic only increased our decisiveness and determination to implement the targets. We do not need to come up with a new recovery strategy because we already have it. Every third euro from the Next Generation EU program will be invested in green projects in Europe. From national investment programs, new markets will be opened, as well as new economic opportunities for growth and innovations. Croatia has significant funds at its disposal for support to green transition. Additional funds will be available also from regional funds. I believe that Madam Minister Tramišak will say something more about this. However, plans cannot stay plans. It is extremely important to start the implementation of the planned reform and investments to use the potential for growth and a better society in future. It is also important to implement planned projects with all shareholders, local organizations, civil society organizations, youth organizations. Citizens are aware of the climate change risk. The survey conducted this summer by Eurobarometer showed that 8 out of 10 respondents believe that climate change is a serious problem. Almost 10% believe that the damage caused is lower than the investments that need to be made. We believe that climate change is one of the main subjects that will need to be discussed in future. I would like to motivate you to think about this topic and also share your opinion on the digital platforms. I really look forward to today's discussion that will be very dynamic. and informative. I would like to thank all participants and panelists for their participation. I believe that it will help us further our strategies on achieving the ambitions within the European Green Deal. Thank you for your attention.
Zahvaljujem gospodinu Zlatevu. S nama je danas ministrica regionalnog...
Thank you, Mr. Zlatev. Now, Madame Natasha Tramishat, Minister of Regional Development and EU Funds.
Hvala vam.
Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers of this conference, dear Ambassador, Head of AIB, Mr. Zlatev, Mr. Chavinska, dear Mr. Petricone, Mr. Kovacev, dear colleague Maric. Today's event deals with a very important topic, which is of decisive importance for the future. And it is actually present in all our present-day activities and decisions, and in everything that we do. We are witnesses to very fast climate changes, and the speakers before me mentioned the same. The future of the continent depends on the health of our planet. We need to react swiftly to the challenges regarding climate and environmental protection. We are now the first conference on climate change will be held in Glasgow in several days, and this is the first such conference after Paris. The motto of this conference is to bring the world together in the fight against global changes, and we want to join our forces in this path. The European Union has defined a very ambitious plan to be among the global leaders in the reduction of CO2 emissions and use of renewable energy sources and creation of new ones, or fully transform society and economy. Of course, it needs to grow and develop and recover, but it also needs to be social and fair. In line with the digital transition and green transformation, we also need to create sustainable green workplaces, inclusive workplaces, and social justice. The Republic of Croatia is one of the states of or one of the members of the EU that is the richest in natural sources. And using this ambitious European Green Deal, we have the opportunity to use our own resources towards energy efficiency, stability, and to be a leader in the EU. There are several projects that will be implemented through the multi-annual financial framework in the period 2021 to 2027, and through the national resilience plans. We are already on that path. All these projects refer to research and innovation that already imposed Croatia as one of the leaders in the use of carbon and also in the development of battery systems and so on. The tools that we have available are funds in the amount of 25 billion euros when we reprogram the new programming period. But in the communication with all the future and potential users of these funds, energy transition, green transition, digital transition, these were imposed as the main backbone of all our plans. The minimal percentages that we got in line with the regulations of the directives of the EU, we raised from 30 to 37% through National Resilience and Recovery Plan and 34% through Multi-Annual Financial Framework. I mentioned that the Republic of Croatia has very rich natural resources where we can use all available renewables such as sea, sun, and geothermal energy. Also, an important part of European Green Deal is the green transition of economy, as well as the transport mobility system of the entire industry as well as food and agricultural industry. This is also the plan within our national development strategy. In this strategy, you can see that green and digital have even more ambitious goals than the EU itself. EU plans to reduce CO2 emissions by 2050 to 55%. And Croatia has set this goal to high 65%. And this will also guide all our activities in the next 10 years. I believe that we can do this if we join forces. If we join forces of the government of the Republic of Croatia, all the ministries, and all of you who are also the users of all available funding sources. Thank you, and I wish you a successful conference.
Zahvaljujem.
Thank you, Madam Tramišak. After the introductory speeches, it is time for the keynote presentation. I would like to invite Mrs. Teresa Červinska, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Mrs. Červinska, the floor is yours.
Good morning, dobre jutro, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be here with you today and sorry to speak on behalf of the European Investment Bank. And it's very, very good to be back in Zagreb, in Croatia, and to meet you all in person. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the conference organizers for the pleasure for being here today and also to talk about our common green future. This conference gives us a very excellent opportunity to outline the potentials and opportunities to Croatia stemming from a European Green Deal. We will also address challenges associated with the implementation of the Green Deal, both on the broader EU perspective, but also here in Croatia. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change and environmental degradation are significantly impacting people across the world, affecting incomes, livelihoods, health, food security, peace and stability, as well as migration patterns. According to the latest estimates, climate change could push more than 100 million additional people back into extreme poverty by 2050. Floods in Western Europe, forest fires across the Mediterranean cost billions of euros damages, slowing down the economic recovery from the COVID-19. It was tough for Croatia too, with forest fires and 2 devastating earthquakes on top of COVID-19 pandemic. And we know that to reduce the risks posed by climate change, greenhouse gas emissions must fall substantially by the middle of this century. The European Green Deal is a roadmap for the European Union to meet its 2030 climate goals and to carbon neutrality by 2050, boost green jobs, and build more resilient societies based on the principle of just and fair transition for all. The EIB will remain fully aligned with EU policies, including the EU Green Deal, including the fact that we will be a partner for the implementation of the Green Deal and one of the main angels of its implementation across Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, today the EIB is the first multilateral development bank with a Paris-aligned framework guiding its investment decisions. In November last year, the EIB Board of Directors approved unanimously the Climate Bank Roadmap 2021-2025 and sets out in detail how the EIB Group will transform itself to the Climate Bank of the European Union. The unanimous decision by our shareholders sends an encouraging signal about Europe's capacity to deliver on climate action and environmental sustainability. The Climate Bank roadmap is a five-year plan for the EIB group, and it will ensure that we support a green recovery from the COVID-19 crisis, that we fully back the European Green Deal, including its transition and the EU adaptation strategy, that we keep supporting countries in need outside the EU, and that we make sure our work contributes to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Under the Climate Bank roadmap, the EIB group will endeavor to support €1 trillion of climate action and environmental sustainability investments by 2030. We aim also to raise our annual investment in climate action and environmental sustainability to at least 50% of our annual lending volume by 2025 beyond. Finally, yet importantly, all new EIB group operations are aligned with the Paris Climate Agreement since the beginning of this year. While the European Investment Bank is transforming to the EU Climate Bank, we have a strong track record to build on, in line with the leading role of the European Union in the fight against climate change globally. We have been increasing our support to green investment over the past years. And I'm proud to say today that in 2020 alone, we invested approximately €24 billion in climate action. This constitutes 37% of all of our investments last year. And by 2025, half of our annual lending, between 35 and 40 billion euros, will be dedicated to climate action and environmental sustainability. To redirect financial flows to green investment, we have been setting standards in climate financing across the global financial sector. Perhaps not many of you know that the EIB actually pioneered the green bonds market with the issuance of our climate bond awareness in July 2007. And EIB has issued over 48 billion euros of green and sustainable bonds in total across 21 currencies. The greening of the financial system is critical for catalyzing low-carbon transition. The EU is moving quickly in this direction with its action plan on financing sustainable growth. We have contributed to the landmark EU taxonomy for sustainable finance by establishing clear, robust definitions of green investments and by requiring proper reporting. The taxonomy will increase transparency and help to curb greenwashing, thereby helping to attract more capital for investment needs to create a low-carbon world. But we are fully aware that EU will not succeed in tackling the climate crisis if only invests in Europe alone. So more than 90% of global CO2 greenhouse emissions are emitted outside of Europe. Increased financing for climate action in the EU neighboring Africa, Asia, and Latin America are needed to ensure a green transition and help people already existentially threatened today by climate change. Through the setup of a new development branch, which will include an increased local presence and the creation of regional hubs, the EIB will improve its business model to better tailor its operations to the different needs of our partners outside the European Union. EIB, as part of Team Europe, endeavors to build deeper and more effective relationships with our clients and stakeholders for stronger impact. The new development branch will further support EU strategic autonomy in areas that are crucial for the European Union, and notably climate change and environmental protection. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Investment Bank is ready to do more to accelerate global climate action. To complement its financing offer, EIB is developing its advisory and technical assistance capacities to support promoters and stakeholders to develop their green investment loans and to realize their decarbonization strategies. To crowd in private capital and address some of the critical identified investment gaps, in particular in the areas of green innovation, deployment of low-carbon technologies and sustainable infrastructure. The bank is leveraging and blending EU resources to increase its risk-sharing capacity and to improve the bankability of investments. The EIB will also work with other European institutions to ensure that the green transformation is just and leaves nobody behind. Ensuring a just transition for everyone is a key objective of our Climate Bank roadmap. Some regions in Europe, and you know it very well, are facing bigger challenge than others in decoupling economic growth and prosperity from fossil fuels. We pay special attention to those regions where coal mines and other carbon-intense industries have historically been a major source of employment and economic activity. As a key implementing partner and contributor to the EU Just Transition Mechanism, we will play also a key role in carrying out this initiative and in helping more vulnerable regions to make a successful transition to a low-carbon future. In Croatia, Istria and Sisak-Moslavina County will be eligible to benefit from all pillars of the Just Transition Mechanism. While we are fighting climate change, we are also recovering from the global health crisis, the COVID-19. And let there be no doubt, the recovery must be green and digital. The European Green Deal offers us guide rails and means to build back better and create jobs and security to our citizens without compromising on our long-term objectives of net zero emissions and increased climate resilience. Affordable, scalable solutions are available today that enable the transition to low-carbon economy, developing and resilient sustainable future is available. And the European Investment Bank is ready to finance these opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Investment Bank has an excellent cooperation with our partners in Croatia, with government, public and private sector alike. And I like to take this opportunity to thank our Governor, Deputy Prime Minister Zdravko Marić, for great cooperation, for his support, his vision. We have also good cooperation with partners like HBOR, and I must say that it can be exemplary of the result-oriented partnership to deliver hands-on solutions for major economic issues on the EU level. We are already engaged in bilateral conversation with the Croatian government on how to best support the national energy and climate plans. For all our partners in Croatia today, I bring a very clear message. The European Investment Bank is open for business, and we are ready to support Croatia and in businesses and ensure they benefit from this historic transformation on Europe as much as possible. We are here for Croatia, just like in past 4 decades, to support its transformation into a carbon neutral, climate resilient and environmental sustainable economy. And we are here to ensure Croatia can take part in the green revolution, sustain and create jobs, incomes, and modernize and increase its competitiveness on the global markets. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with an invitation to work together to support the green transformation of our economies and help unlock new business opportunities in Croatia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hvala gospođi.
Thank you, Mrs. Čerminska. Now we will hear from Mr. Raffaele Mauro Potricione, Director General for Climate Action from European Commission, who will join us via Zoom link. Hello. WebEx, sorry.
Thank you very much. Dear Deputy Prime Minister, dear Vice President, dear colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, an apology for not being able to join you in Zagreb. But as you can imagine, after the Commission presented the package of reform of our climate and energy legislation in July, things have started rather frantically in Brussels in the work on this package and in the preparation of the COP26 conference in Glasgow. But it's a great pleasure to be able to be with you, at least virtually today, to discuss the green transition of our society and our economy and the opportunities that come with it. And I will come to the package that the proposal the Commission has made. But first, perhaps a word about the resources that will be needed for implementing all this. The resources that we will need to invest in new technologies, but even more to invest in people. And let me start by congratulating Croatia on the recent disbursement of 818 million euro of pre-financing from the Next Generation EU funds. The total for Croatia will be 6.3 billion, making the largest recipient of the Recovery and Resilience Facility in proportion to the size of its economy. And the National Recovery and Resilience Plans of Croatia is the right plan. It includes reforms and investment in all the areas which are key to achieving our climate target: energy efficiency, sustainable mobility, renewable energy, support to business investment in green technologies. And this plan, if implemented fully, will produce at least 20,000 new jobs, green jobs, resilient jobs. And this is fundamental because we cannot afford to have a green transition which is also a degrowth agenda, an agenda that deindustrializes Europe. This will not be acceptable to our people. If we have to bring our people on to the end of this green transformation, which they are asking us, we also have to make this an economic growth agenda, an agenda of modernization, an agenda of competitiveness, and an agenda of fairness. And the need for this green transformation, which is under everybody's eyes, and I think Croatia, like many other parts of the Mediterranean region, has been suffering from increasing extreme events, that should not make us forget that the green transformation has to be fair, and otherwise it will not happen. So these national plans and Next Generation EU are part of a complex of funds that the Union will put at the disposal of member states to complement national finances and to spur private investment. If you look at the entirety of the EU 7 years budget and the Next Generation EU funds, 30% of more than 1.8 trillion euros over the next 7 years are dedicated to supporting climate action. And our investment, as we heard from the Vice President, also has to be not only green, but it has to align our recovery from this pandemic with the priorities of the Union. And so let me move on to the legislative framework that the Commission has proposed to support this effort. At the core of this package, there is the 2030 target of minus 55% greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 as compared with 1990. Europe has very successfully decoupled economic growth from the growth of emissions. Since 1990, we've eliminated about a quarter of our emissions, And at the same time, our GDP has grown by over 60%, in spite of the financial crisis that we had a bit more than a decade ago, which, as you know, we were very slow to get out of. So we are on the right path. We now need to accelerate it because we have given ourselves a target of climate neutrality, net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2050. That target is now inscribed in the European climate law. It is a legal, moral, economic obligations for all member states. And the 2030 target has been conceived and equally inscribed in the climate law as putting us on the right path, a balanced path to achieving climate neutrality in 2050. The proposal that the Commission has made are the tools that we will use collectively and individually as member states to contribute to that objective and achieve it. The key word in the distribution of effort in this package is fairness. Fairness between member states, fairness within our societies. We cannot afford to leave anybody behind, and we have to organize a deep transformation, fundamental transformation of our economy and our society, but in a way that is acceptable to our citizens, because it will be perceived as fair and will be perceived as giving them in the longer term not only a greener society, a greener economy, but also a more prosperous and modern one. This is a very ambitious objective, but it is achievable, and the Commission hopes that we have shown how it is possible to achieve it in a very practical manner. Not that the package that the Commission has put forward is a take it or leave it affair. We don't pretend that we have the ultimate wisdom on this, but it is a package that is coherent, internally consistent, and capable of doing the job. What we're asking member states to do when they look at it is to realize that things need to be done. And if some parts of the package turn out not to be acceptable to our co-legislators, something else will have to come in to replace that, because we can't afford to miss our objective. As you probably know, the EU emission trading system remained the cornerstone of our climate policy. It has worked very effectively, even in time of low prices. It has brought down emissions for power generation and energy-intensive industry by over 40% since its creation about 16 years ago. We need to strengthen it now. We need to lower the overall cap. We need to increase the rate of reduction of the cap. We need to maintain the mechanisms for stabilizing the market that we have introduced recently and which are working very well. It is crucial that we give our industry, our investors, the stability and the predictability they need to invest in new technologies. They have invested heavily over the past 16 years on energy efficiency, and that has been a great help to our competitiveness domestically and internationally. But we are running out of improvements with existing technologies. The choice in front of our industry now is, where do they invest next? What is the next generation of technologies that they will put their efforts and their money in? They have to be green technologies if we have to succeed. But at the same time, the price of carbon has to be built into the investment assumptions, and this has to be done in a way which is stable and predictable. Now, market prices do go up and down, but they do so according to mechanisms which industry understands, masters, and can plan for and can foresee. We will also complete the current emission trading system by strengthening the role of aviation in it and bringing in the maritime sector. Both sectors where emissions have been rising over the past few years, and in fact, especially for aviation, they were projected to rise quite dramatically hadn't the pandemic stopped that net on their tracks. But slow as the recovery of the aviation industry may be, in the medium to long term, we do see a dramatic increase of emissions, and something needs to be done. We also need to bring new sectors into emission trading. And the Commission has proposed to create a new and parallel emission trading system for the fuels used in heating and cooling buildings and in road traffic. These are two other areas where emissions have been growing very fast, and nothing that the Union or the Member States have done so far, and there have been huge efforts on all sides, has been able to curb these emissions. Our cars are more and more efficient, our buildings are more efficient. At the same time, we continue to see a growth in the use of energy in both buildings and road transport, and the growth of emissions. So far, this has been the responsibility of the Member States under the so-called effort sharing legislation. That effort sharing legislation is there to stay. The overall target for Member States will have to go from 30% reduction over 2005 to a 40% reduction. But it's also very clear that we have to make a greater collective effort, putting together complementary policies at the European level, at the national level, probably the local level as well, to operate in the same direction. So there will be an overlap when it comes to road transport and buildings between the national responsibility under the effort sharing legislation and a common instrument like emission trading, which has proven very effective in the other sectors of the economy. The overall European target under effort sharing will be, as it has been in the past, divided among Member States. The two fundamental criteria are very clear. Relative strength of Member States' economy, as exemplified by GDP per capita, but adjusted for a number of specific national circumstances that would make a pure GDP distribution not entirely fair. And then we will have a number of other pieces of legislation which complement these main instruments. I will quote only some of the most important one. We will strengthen the CO2 target for cars and light commercial vehicles. We are aiming here at 2035 with all new vehicles on the road being zero emission, 100% reduction. Proposal is technologically neutral. Industry will do what it thinks works best, but it's very clear that some technologies appear to be privileged by industry as being more effective. Electrification is the key, big potential space for hydrogen, a space in the shorter term, and certainly to manage the legacy fleet of existing vehicles in the longer term for biofuels and eventually for synthetic carbon neutral fuels. But it's very clear the industry is looking at more radical solutions to respect these objectives. The oddly named LULUCF regulation, land use change and forestry. The carbon sink, the ability of our natural environment, especially our forests, to absorb and maintain carbon is fundamental to reaching our objective. But that carbon sink has been deteriorating. We were very proud of having maintained and nurtured over the years, but that seems to be over. Climate change is hitting very hard our forests, it's hitting very hard our agriculture, it's hitting the way we use the land. Forest fires, drought, floods, unpredictability of the season, the importation of pests from warmer climate that our forests and our vegetation are not able to cope with. We need to take more decisive action to stabilize and improve our carbon sink, make it grow, if we wanted to play the role we needed to play for climate neutrality in 2050. The proposal we have made concern essentially forestry in the shorter term, but by 2035 we are proposing to bring together forestry, agriculture, and all the other users of the land in one single coherent piece of legislation to achieve climate neutrality by 2035 in the land sector, so to speak. And then, of course, energy. Energy production and use accounts for 75% of our emissions. So completing the transition, which we have started many years ago, is absolutely essential. The Commission proposes an increased target to arrive at 40% of our energy produced from renewable sources by 2030, with specific targets for renewable energy use in transport, heating and cooling, buildings, and industry. Again, you see the complementarity with the working of the ETS and the working of the national targets under the effort sharing regulation. And we will have to set more ambitious and binding targets for reducing energy use for energy efficiency. And here, achieving energy efficiency of our built environment is fundamental. We have all it takes. We have the interest, the economic interest. This will bring better houses, better building, healthier buildings for our citizens. The construction industry is core to any economic recovery. We have a very solid construction industry. We have modern construction materials. Finance is available, and yet we have not been able to bring all this together in an effective mix, and that is a challenge for this coming decade. Now, I spoke about investment. An investment is not a cost. The cost is paying for the damage that climate change is increasingly posing to our economy and our society, because that cost begins to be measured also in the health of our citizens and in human lives. Investment is something that comes back, as we all know. Still, we have to find the resources for that investment. They are not, they're going to come from the blue sky. Two additional elements of what I mentioned earlier. The speed of the transformation, and especially attacking sectors which are very close to the daily life of citizens, like transportation and the built environment, could cause social dislocation. In fact, if done without sufficient care, it very likely will cause social dislocation. We need to take care of that. Energy poverty isn't a new issue. There are 35 million Europeans living in energy poverty today. It's high time that we start addressing that issue collectively and more effectively, and that we avoid that issue may grow as a result of an ill-conceived transformation. That's why the Commission is proposing to use part of the very important resources that emission trading would generate to establish a social climate fund, co-financed directly from the ETS resources, but also from the share of those resources that goes to national budgets. And this fund will be used to support the switch to cleaner vehicles, to support the financing of the renovation of the built environment, and to support the income of those who can't afford to pay for renovation, even with public support. This is extremely important. It's a crucial element of the strategy that the Commission is proposing. At the same time, the Commission is proposing again to Member States that the very important resources that they obtain from the ETS allowances should all be used for the purpose of funding transformation. Now, this is not going to be done centrally by Brussels. The Social Climate Fund will operate by financing national programs. Member states know best how to adapt to their national circumstances, but there will have to be a demonstration that these national programs will deliver the social fairness that needs to accompany the green transformation. And this is a very important part of what I mentioned earlier in terms of investing in people. It will be complemented by expenditure under the Just Transition mechanism to ensure fairness at the territorial level, by the use of the cohesion funds. I think in particular of the effort that we need to make to upskill and reskill our workers for greener and more resilient jobs. But also we need to invest in new technologies. We need to support our industry in decarbonizing, but at the same time modernizing and becoming more competitive. And the two instruments that we have, and that appear to be working well, and that the Commission proposes to increase and strengthen, are the Innovation Fund. With the various Commission proposals, this fund could reach upwards of 50 billion euros over 10 years to finance new low-carbon breakthrough competitive technologies, and the Modernization Fund, which is supporting the transformation of the energy system in a number of member states. Croatia is the beneficiary of both. Croatia is one of the 10 member states that benefit from the Modernization Fund, and we have recently awarded grants under the small projects facility of the Innovation Fund, and there have been among 32 successful projects, 2 of them are located in Croatia and concern the renewable heating and cooling sector. I don't think one can talk about this transformation right now without mentioning the question of the energy prices. The bottom line is that if we had completed, if we were more advanced in the climate and energy transformation, we will be a lot less vulnerable to what's happening in the fossil fuels market, notably in the gas market. We have been at the mercy of instability of fossil fuels for decades. We're going to have more of that for as long as we don't complete the energy transformation. So the long-term, long direction of travel is the right one to diminish over time the intensity and the frequency of these energy crises. In the short term, however, we need to cope with this crisis, which may be unbearable for a number of our citizens. The Commission has proposed a toolbox of instruments that member states can use. That, of course, is not mandatory, but our leaders in the European Council have welcomed that and invited member states to use them. But the other fundamental issue is that new and additional resources are coming to member states from the increase of prices in the emission trading system. Those resources ought to be used to alleviate the problem of citizens and high energy prices in the short term, as we put together actions for the medium and the longer term. Let me conclude by saying that it is increasingly clear, and it is increasingly clear to our citizens, that the climate energy transformation is not an option. It's not a choice. It's something we must do, because the alternative is a worsening climate, which is going to do irreparable damages, not only to our physical environment, but also to the fabric of our society and to our economy. The real question is how we do it, how we organize it in a way that makes the transition socially acceptable, that finds the resources to invest in a better future, in a more modern, more competitive economy, a more prosperous society, rather than having to waste them, frankly, repairing the damage done by floods and fires, which can only increase. And how do we bring this to a consensual end? As I said, we're now engaged in a massive operation of explaining why the Commission has made those proposals, why we think they would work. It's a very complex package. This exercise today in Zagreb is part of that need for understanding and for knowledge. We will then start debating in Council and Parliament whether this is the right package, whether it needs to be adjusted, whether it needs to be corrected. But as I said, the direction of travel is dictated to us by the harsh reality of climate change, and our citizens are entirely aware of it. The consensus to affect this transformation in Europe is unprecedented anywhere else in the world. Europeans know what they want. At the same time, they do want a prosperous society. They do want jobs for themselves and for their children. They do want fairness, and I think collectively we need to deliver that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Petriccione.
Thank you, Mr. Petriccione. Now we will hear the presentation of Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Mr. Zdravko Marić. Mr. Marić, you have the floor.
Hvala lijepo, dobro jutro.
Good morning. Welcome, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me in the beginning to welcome you on the behalf of our Prime Minister, Mr. Andrej Plenković. On my personal behalf, I would like to thank the organizers and all partners who have brought us together here at the West Inn in Zagreb. Jutarnji list, Hanza Media, their editor-in-chief, and all the colleagues from Hanza and Jutarnji list, European Commission, headed by their presentation here in Zagreb, Mr. Zlatov, and naturally the European Investment Bank, especially Zagreb office, and Mr. Kovačev. And also my special greetings to my dear colleagues, one who sat next to me, and the other with whom I'm sitting at the next table, Mrs. Teresa Červinska, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. We shared a lot of subjects at the Council of Ministers, and naturally Minister Natasha Tramišak, the Minister of Regional Development and EU Funds. Greetings to all secretaries of states, directors, representatives of companies, economic operators, all of you who are present here and who are also with us online. I have bad news for you at the beginning. I was told that the last speaker, and that is me this time, he must have the longest speech. So I'm afraid that this time you will need to listen to me a bit longer. This was a joke, but I believe that we heard a great presentation by Mr. Petriccione, but also all of the others who sent a very clear message and raised actually our awareness of the climate changes and the importance of the European Green Deal after the last year's conference, which had the digital transformation as its subject. Our main topic today, European Green Deal, is, I think that Mr. Zlatov has mentioned that both of the subjects also conclusions have been reached in 2019. That was pre-COVID, and I'm really glad that despite the fact that COVID is a predominant subject for almost 2 years, but we have not abandoned this very important plan. I'm really glad to say that, and we keep this direction. Heads of states in the EU, I must say they had extensive and important discussions, but they have borne fruit, and we have reached an agreement. In the EU is solving the problems related to the pandemic, and this plan we are now about to implement is not only for recovery, but also for growth and development. This is a package of 75 billion euros, which places the largest emphasis on the green and digital transition, precisely in the part which is also the richest financially and also the most recognizable in public. That is the recovery and resilience mechanism. Personally, as Minister of Finance, but also as someone who views financial and economic trends while taking into consideration climate change, I believe the digital transformation, regarding digital transformation, we can be very pleased with this package and agreement, because when we view at European level, of course, I will focus more on Croatia in my speech. So we place focus on the critical points. On the one hand, when we speak of recovery, we place emphasis on investment activity, as an activity that should lead European economies and Croatia through strong recovery, and after that also sustainable growth and development in the following years. An adequate mix and complementarity of private and public investment. It must not be divided. It must be a mix, a complete complementarity. At the same time, this component of resilience, this means how European economies and individual countries are to be protected, made crisis-proof in future. We have mentioned this many times. It is recognized by the public that economic cycles are rising and falling, and they are periodical. It is difficult to estimate when, in which framework, from which area it will happen, but we can say with certainty that other crises will also occur, and it is critical then how you are prepared for them. I believe that in case of Croatia, we have shown to ourselves, and we can also share our example with other countries, what it means to enter a crisis more or less prepared. When we compare this crisis with the last financial crisis, when we needed almost 11 years to reach the pre-crisis level of GDP. No matter how huge this crisis is, but according to our estimates and projections, by the middle of next year, we can and we will achieve the level of real GDP from the pre-crisis year. Next week, we will present a new updated forecast of the government for this year and the following years. So I can say already now that the dynamic will even be further accelerated according to less disposable data. Relating the share of Croatia in Next Generation EU and Recovery and Resilience Mechanism, the figures are well known. The 3.6 billion euro grants we are most focused on in the first step. We need to mention potential additionally 3.6 billion euro loans. Mrs. Tramišak also spoke about the multi-annual financial framework and also the specificities of Croatia related to destructive earthquakes. We will reach the total number of 25 billion euros in the following years, in the following 4 to 7 years, depending on which of the documents of the instruments we are viewing. But as you know, our focus and interest is not only in the financial envelope that positions us in number 1 or number 2, regarding whether we will view the share of grants of the recovery and resilience mechanism per capita or in the GDP percentage in the whole EU. But we also need to put emphasis on the purpose of the funds. We have by now fulfilled 8 benchmarks. And we have made the plan for 34 total benchmarks. Then we will place a request with the European Commission to obtain additional 700 million euros. After we have received the first 13%, from the total envelope in the amount of 818 million euros. We also need to mention that the Croatian Recovery and Resilience Program is completely adapted to the green digital transition. The minimum frameworks are 20% digital, 37% green. In the Croatian program, we have 40.3% green and 20.4% digital. There are also a couple of projects. The project managers will take part in the panel. One of the projects is 100% green and digital. It is one of those flagship projects that are the most representatives, not only regarding Croatia, but I must say also on European level. I believe that European leaders agree with me. The autonomic fifth-generation vehicle, energy recovery, reconstruction, infrastructure, education, just looking forward, administration, better administration of state property, and also earthquake reconstruction, which is specific for Croatia. This is all part of the National Recovery Program. It was definitely a large imperative, and we have made great efforts regarding the preparation of the document. We are now in the implementation phase that is even more challenging and important for all of us. Macroeconomic fiscal effects are well known. In cooperation with the European Commission, the International Monetary Fund, and European Investment Bank, we have made the estimates. The effects of the plan are 1.5% per year on GDP growth under the condition that we implement all the measures, only to gain an impression and a reflection what it means in short term and even more what the repercussions in medium to long term are. And we're now coming back to the sentiment of green and digital transition that needs to have this strong transformative effect on our economy. Both the fiscal and monetary policies have contributed relating to the pandemic and other elements, monetary policy with its limitations, fiscal policy. I believe that they really eased all of the restrictions they had. If you only view the example of Croatia, last year we completely neutralized what we had done in the 4 years before. We reduced public debt in 4 years by 12%, and the pandemic cost us more than 15% of GDP. But we are compensating this even this year, and I believe that fiscal policy will continue to give its contribution also regarding COVID, but also other challenges that are current. And that will it also includes problems in supply chains and also growth of energy prices and food and oil and everything that is very important and affects us all together and places new challenges before us. Along with the fiscal and monetary policy, it is clear that focus is now placed on structural policies as crucial policies to help us overcome this crisis, but also future crises. When we mention structural reforms, education, justice, public administration, state companies, I believe that green transition in the public and private sectors must be a part of those sectors completely. Just only a couple of words more. I must use this opportunity. We will have a conference with EIB. As a governor, I want to address this opportunity regarding the European Investment Bank. We are also shareholders of this bank. You have heard by Mr. Kovacev Almost 7 billion euros were invested in Croatia. Even in 2020, more than €500 million, either directly through EIB or the European investment funds. We have great expectations also in the years to come regarding the implementation of all the strategic documents and programs I mentioned, also regarding the further participation and the specific matters related to EIB. For example, the Pan-European Guarantee Fund, EU Invest, one of the fundamental points of the EIB group. And with special emphasis must be put on the part that connects the EIB group towards the private sector, SMEs and capitalized companies. We have a HABOR here and other institutions that are points for cooperation with the EIB. They are an additional part of the mechanism of the transfer of the funds towards those who will use them best, the private sector. But also the role of EIB in this consultation, in the respect of consultation regarding technical assistance. They help users of projects and programs in the realization, because the knowledge and experience of the EIB Europe-wide is extremely important. Therefore, I would like to thank you once again for everything that we have accomplished until now. But I also need to emphasize this additional imperative to improve and strengthen our cooperation in some segments and also our results. This was all from me here. I would like to wish you a nice conference, also a nice stay in Zagreb. This is a great conference. We'll have very interesting panels with excellent speakers. From the introductory speeches, it is clear that the messages are very clear, and I believe that they will be made even clearer through the panel, because we will speak of the very implementation and the circumstances related to the green transition. Greetings from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister Marić. And now we will have Mr. Ivo Miletić, State Secretary at the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, to give us an introduction to the first panel. Thank you, dear Ms. Czerwinska, dear Mr. Representative of the European Commission, dear guests, as you were addressed before, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to be here today on behalf of the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development. Of course, we are talking about energy and green transition. Croatia has, through all this time, especially in the past two governments, since it's headed by Mr. Plenković, Croatia has been very ambitious. Right before COVID, we adopted national energy strategy up to 2030, with a view up to 2050, in which we defined goals, more ambitious goals than they were defined before. And now this will increase, obviously. National Climate and Energy Plan was adopted in time. We already amended it once. We adapted all the legislation to this plan. Also, we adopted a low-carbon strategy. And in the end, and what's also really important, we have also adopted a national development strategy. It's important to mention here that in this energy sense, we focused on all our energy legislation to be applicable in everyday life. For all this that has been a part of the public discussion in the past years, to remove all that, to remove everything that's unclear. We did our best to work on these renewables, and when we talk about energy, we are talking about 5 billion kunas, and we directed this towards renewables at the most part, almost 2 billion to the improvement of the energy system, then for energy efficiency, for new technologies, e-mobility, and 1 billion kunas for biorefinery in Sisak, where we work with the new generation of fuel, and this is where we made a step forward. It's important to say that we have an act on e-market and electricity market. And here we reduced. So, for example, in hops, there was a procedure that lasted 12 months plus 270 days, will now be reduced to 4 months. So we reduced the duration of these procedures. Not to mention that we defined the spatial plan to be the basis for everything, and the state is the first one. State has to provide energy approval. So this entire battle in the field that often ended with bad outcomes, there were too many investors, municipalities and counties would promise different things, and we didn't have projects. I'm mentioning this because we have to, and we define our own goals, as it has been said already by previous speakers, that by the end of 2024, we promised 1,400 new megawatts. And Mr. Savic is a witness here. We wrote that down, that we will do this because this is a precondition for the use of new funds. And this was made possible by new legislation and new practice. It's important for all these new investors appearing in Croatia that there are no obstacles for them from the side of the state. It's important for us to react to them and not that they are faced with problems and with obstacles. The directive said that all the procedures need to speed up, and this is what we are working on. What is ahead now is that all other sectors need to understand this as well. What is important is that we are moving in that direction. Renewables in heating are also important, and this is important for green transition. Biothermal part was emphasized, and in this new financial perspective, we plan a lot of funds for this, because heating has a lot, can help a lot in green transition, especially in the continental part of Croatia, and through development companies and act on carbohydrates, and where we define geothermal energy, we stated that we can invest into wells that are very expensive, but to be able to commercialize them later on. In terms of energy transition, and together with the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, we talked about filling stations, and this is a priority. How to organize these charging stations on the level of the state. This needs to be built by private companies. Charging stations need to get a comprehensive support by the state, and we will define that in the legislation, and this is urgent. We have to define the priorities, what needs to be done, on which roads, and we need to come up with a plan and start acting, because what will happen is that we will get cars from the EU. They will want to visit our coast, and we have to be prepared for them. And this electricity needs to use green electricity, actually. So these charging stations have to be aligned with that. We are one of the rare countries in the EU that has used carbon dioxide. When it comes to some countries, when it comes to carbon dioxide, are empty, and they're very good when it comes to green transition. But we need to talk about CO2 because we need to have CCS, because otherwise our industry will not be able to function. When it comes to hydrogen, in the next year, we expect the Croatian Parliament to adopt legislation regarding hydrogen, and we expect new projects in that area. For example, Z is developing projects with buses using hydrogen, so we expect to see more projects like that one. We, from the ministry, want to push this story that in this part from Melina to Prevlaka, or from Bosiljevo to Prevlaka, we will have a lot of new renewables. We need to think about hydrogen because our capacities are now limited. We want to strengthen them, and we need to plan for it to be produced on the spot. And we want people to start thinking how they can adapt their networks, because, as you know, according to 10T Directive, 24-25 will be the last deadline in which we will be able to use some funds to adapt the network. So this is what we are working on. And what else can I say to you? I can only wish you a successful conference. We, as the ministry, are truly engaged on this. We consult the public, the experts, and all interested parties. We are open to criticism as well as to recommendations, and I'm sure that Croatia, that now has 5,200 capacities for producing electricity, out of which hydrogen carbon are over 1,500, 1,700. Will double, maybe not double them, but at least 3,000 megawatts of new capacities will be created by 2030. And in this situation, Croatia will not be importer of energy, but the exporter of green energy. And this depends on the state and entrepreneurs, because the state cannot do it on its own, entrepreneurs cannot do this on their own, and we need to have synergy there. And I want this conference to contribute to this joint idea. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Milatić. His speech was the introduction to the first panel discussion titled Green Recovery, How to Boost a New Cycle of Economic Growth by Investing in Green Projects. We will have Ms. Geraldine Mahieu, Acting Director for Investment Growth and Structural Reforms, who will join us via WebEx. Madame Mahieu from European Commission, Mr. Gilles Badeau, Operations Sector Head of the Adriatic Region from the European Investment Bank. Mr. Zvonimir Savic, Special Advisor to the Prime Minister on Economic Issues. Madame Iva Tomic, Chief Economist of the Croatian Employers Association. Mr. Mate Rimac, Croatian innovator, entrepreneur, and founder of the Croatian electric hypercar company Rimac Automobili and the company Grape Bikes. Madame Tamara Perko, CEO of the Croatian Reconstruction and Development Bank. The facilitator of the panel will be Mr. Marko Biocina, Editor-in-Chief of Hansa Media. Video link is working. Okay, have a pleasant discussion.
Dobar dan svima.
Hello, everybody. We are a bit late. However, We had a very interesting presentations and speeches, and I think we heard some very important messages regarding the topic we are talking about today. And I would say that such panel and such conference would never have enough time. People would never have enough time, but now we have 45 minutes for this panel discussion, and I hope we will be efficient and fast as this green transition should be. So I would now like to say, Mr. Petriccione said one key thing when we talk globally about this topic is that Europe managed to implement the decoupling of its economic growth from the growth of emissions. So our economy can grow without the emissions growing. So now we are in the second segment, and now we have to do the coupling between our economic growth and reduction of emissions. So how to make this reduction of emissions a serious driver of economic growth? So Ms. Mahiu, we heard that Mr. Maric stated that in the first year of the implementation of this National Plan of Recovery and Resilience, the potential is 1.5 percentage point of the growth of GDP. But what I would like to know, if we look at the Green Deal and that it has to be a driver of economic growth, are there any more comprehensive assessments on the growth rates of the economy in individual states? We know that transition is not the same in each state. And how, in the context of this, do you assess, you in the European Commission, this green component of the Croatian National Plan for Recovery and Resilience?
Good morning. Thanks for this interesting question. Indeed, so what we have done in the European Commission is that we've tried indeed to assess what is the impact of Next Generation EU, and in particular of the different the RRP, so the Recovery and Resilience Plan that has been put forward by all member states, and to try to see what is the impact on growth. This is not an easy task, but we have models in the European Commission that we have used, and this model is the Quest model, which is a model that allows us to assess what is the impact on growth. And the advantage of this model is that we could do it per member state, but we could also encounter and just capture what is the benefit of the spillover. And that the spillover comes from the fact that if all member states are doing some investment at the same time, you benefit not only from your own investment plan, you also benefit through your trade channel, in particular because the growth in other partners are growing, and so you can export to those trade partners. You also get a substantial additional impact of this cumulative expansion in all member states. So in the Croatian plan, indeed, we have made some computation, and we can see that for example, in the year 2026, which would be the peak year, if we simulate the impact over 6 years, you would have an increase of the growth by 2.9 percentage points, which is very substantial. We also then, of course, it's always on the basis of a model. We have also simulate less optimistic panel, but the first one is really based on normal assumption. But even if we are a bit more pessimistic, and there we still have an impact of about 1.9% in 2026. And indeed, in the first year, you would have between 1.5 and 1.3 percentage point higher growth in Croatia, and a part of it is also due to the spillover. Now, it's clear that this is the impact at the Croatian level. And this impact will, of course, be different from region to region, and there may be indeed a transitional impact. And in some of the country, for example, we know that countries, and in particular regions that are affected, that have a lot of dependency on coal mining and related industry, this will be more complicated. But thankfully, in Croatia, it's a bit less the case. But we have, for example, in the plan on Croatia, some investment in the CSAC industrial region, in particular to ensure converting basically a biorefinery investment, and so converting a traditional petroleum refinery to one based on advanced biomass. So I think that generally the impact is likely to be very large, and then we, with the plan, hopefully also cater for this different impact on the different regions.
Hvala vam. Evo sad mi sad...
Thank you. I think this is a very concrete figure on this macro level on the potential, but for these figures to become reality, we need to implement some projects. Mr. Badot, we heard from the introductory speeches what's the role of European Investment Bank. You are the head of the Adriatic Sea region, and I would say that you are very close to what is happening here. You're monitoring the situation, you're assessing projects and what can be done here. And so when we see this potential, what is planned, where do you see, so in this region, especially in Croatia, where do you see the potential? What projects do have the potential to be implemented quite quickly? And more importantly, are there some examples of some projects that have been implemented already that we could use as a role model for future projects or best cases, for example?
Thank you for your question. I would say, that the purpose of EIB would be to support the Croatian economy to invest and support policy development of the EU Green Deal, so meaning in the mobility sector, smarter but more sustainable transportation, the green transition of the energy-intensive industry is one of the key sector that we would like to target, as well as the management of the energy sector. Management in terms of energy production, where we will need to invest in renewable energy, in sustainable energy, but also in the way the energy is used. So it means flexibility of the grid, the way transmission and distribution is organized with smart meters, but also in terms of energy efficiency, because the energy that you don't consume is some energy that is not produced, and therefore CO2 that is not produced. Of course, what is also very important is to support the green transition of SMEs. SMEs will play a key role in this green transition. I'm thinking about energy efficiency, for instance. Energy efficiency is not, we are not talking about big infrastructure projects. We are talking about small investments everywhere that will target any citizen in Croatia to isolate better your house, to change the way you consume, or maybe to switch off your devices remotely thanks to smart meters. These kind of things are small investments, but they will have big results. And SMEs will be key because they will be the actors and the vectors that will enable to have this transition. Then there is also the huge impact of energy-intensive industry. You know, we have industries coming from the last centuries that we need to renovate, that we need to help to transition towards a better consumption of energy and also a more sustainable way of producing. And this will be an important element. And then EIB is also able to support innovation, to support new technology, green technologies. Now, if you want me to give you some examples, I took some notes, in fact. So if we look at, for example, the transportation side, I would say that we have invested in lots of projects about buses, fleets. And for example, last year we invested 100 million euro in clean buses in Clermont-Ferrand for hydrogen buses. This is the kind of things where the public sector is key to try to use new technologies like hydrogen buses, because in fact, maybe it would be easier to develop this kind of technology with the support of the public rather than trying to implement personal vehicles using hydrogen. Another example is also what has been done in Austria for the university and the creation of campuses that are zero-emission buildings for students. I think that's when you have to develop new social housings or new student housings, it's good to go through a zero carbon emission building and try to apply the best norms you can in terms of isolation and energy efficiency. Of course, every year, we also finance throughout Europe a lot of PV projects, PV farm projects, or wind farm projects. We've done some in Spain, so I've got the example of La Mancha last year where we invested 54 million euro for a solar plant. We have also developed and supported a floating wind farm, and I think you've got lots of coast, but it's pretty stiff. So I mean, it's quite deep, and in fact, you cannot always find the same solution as we've got in the North Sea, for example, where you've got only 30 meters of depth, whereas here it's much more deeper. So we've got, for example, we have tested a few years ago a pilot project in Portugal, which is called Wind Float, with 3 turbines that are in the close to the coast of Portugal that are floating, and they are providing good results. We've got now the first projects that have been developed commercially. We've got an example in Scotland, but also in France soon, using this type of technology, and this type of technology could be used, for example, in Croatia, if we want to have an offshore wind farm using the floating technology. So you see that you've got lots of possibilities, mixing innovation, but also a very reasonable approach. We are a partner. We are here to be an enabler of this green transition. So we can study with you, with our partners, the ministries, as well as HBOR, various solutions that could be implemented. I would ask all the companies that have bright ideas to come up to us. We've got also the ability to finance venture debt. We've done a lot already. We are producing more than 1 billion a year of venture debt financing. We are very active, especially it is true in France, Germany, Scandinavia, and Western Europe. But we are trying really to expand also in Eastern Europe. We've got one person in this office in Zagreb that is dealing with this sort of instruments. So I would invite you, if you've got great ideas that are also at the starting point, to come and reach us, because we would be very happy to support you on that. And more generally, let's say that our Zagreb office is there really to receive your ideas, your projects, that we'll try to support the best we can.
Evo, hvala. Mislim, dosta konkretni.
Thank you. There were a lot of specific examples. This was a specific invitation to all companies. Mrs. Tomic, I see that you nodded when Mr. Badot mentioned SMEs. We know that they make up for more than 90% of our economy. At the beginning, a general question. How do Croatian entrepreneurs, if we can speak globally in a unified respect, how do they view green transition general and its implementation in Croatia? Thank you for this invitation. This is a tricky question when I must speak on the behalf of all entrepreneurs, because Croatian Employers Association on Croatia's level involves entrepreneurs of different sizes, different sectors, different industries, regions. And their positions on this subject are somewhat different. There is one part in the business community that that actually took up this idea before this package was adopted. This is an option for future. Some of them are present here today. On the other hand, there are some who have started to realize only now because some things are being imposed to them, so they need to transform in accordance to this. But it is my impression that one part of the business community is unaware what this brings. As we have heard, we have accelerated the transformation. Everything is going very fast, especially in comparison to about 2014, what was adopted then on EU level. So what we desire to achieve now is really praiseworthy. So I think that generally, the business community supports the green transition. And Madam Minister Tramišak, I think she said well at the beginning that our plans are somewhat more ambitious, and this is an opportunity to use the sun, the wind, and the sea we have, and to be part of Europe in this respect also. But we need to view the other side also, all of us who are here today. The ministers have already gone, but also including the ministers and the delegations on the European level when the regulations are adopted. It sounds great. I read this in more detail, but it is always a question of implementation. We will now come back to this. SMEs are the key. I agree with that. You said about 99% of the total number of companies are SMEs. And all of the companies will need to participate in this process in order to achieve the set targets. Apart from the financial costs that will definitely be there, this transition to decarbonization, a zero emissions rate. Apart from the financial burden, it also poses a huge administrative burden on them. A lot of companies don't have this possibility to follow all of the financial incentives and sources of financing and all of the regulations. So that is something we need to work on all together from the government, but also including the Croatian Employers Association as a representative of the business community. We invest a lot of effort, but I believe that the regulations are adopted outside of the practical part, so to speak, outside from the part of the implementation of the transformation. Regarding the views of the business community, an example of tenders for multi-annual financing, all tenders for energy efficiency, green transition, renewable energy sources. The demand was a lot higher than the available funds. So this really shows that the business community recognizes the importance of investments in this whole story. But I must emphasize that we must be aware that this poses great opportunities on the one hand in innovation, in technology, new spaces open for new companies, new industries, new sectors. But on the other hand, one part of the business community has a turbulent period before them regarding this transformation. It is definitely our goal to transform the economy, also in Croatia, not only the EU, but we must be aware that there is also the problem with labor force. One part of the people will be redundant. Will they manage to achieve the transformation? That is something we need to work on all together. And only to add that the green transition also includes this transfer to circular economy. I think that Croatia lags behind somewhat in this respect. We're not aware what this brings. There is one part of the business community that is involved in this, that is even ahead of its time in some respects. However, we must also be aware that most of them are still thinking in short term and conducting their business in short term. Not because they're not aware that climate change is here, that the green transition is necessary, but in order to maintain your activity, you need to think about profitability. And that is something that Today, if you invest in energy efficiency, you will notice the effects only in 10 years. So for an entrepreneur or employer, it must be clearer that this investment also makes sense for their profitability.
Okay, so you mentioned several things. I can give Mr. Rima's word right away because he was among those who were ahead of time. But you also mentioned from how we communicate with entrepreneurs, this is our problem. Okay, here are some investments, but this is something that is difficult to finance along with our everyday business operations. And Ms. Perko, it seems to me that the role of the Bank for Reconstruction and Development is this one, because you are always faced with the problem of bankability of projects, because it's difficult to get funding from banks if you cannot guarantee return in a short time, especially if we talk about long-term investments. What's the role of your bank in all this, and how do you react to these challenges? And are there any problems in your approach to these green projects? You identified everything well. Madam Tomic also gave a great introduction to what I wanted to say. As Croatian Bank for Reconstruction and Development, we see ourselves as a leader in the promotion of sustainable financing. What does that mean? We heard in introductory speeches that 2050 net zero emission. Mr. Kovachev mentioned that in the next 10 years, 1 trillion of investments. So this is a huge amount of money, but under which conditions will it be allocated? Okay, so the question is what to do next. We, who are giving out the money, we have to work on ourselves. We have to start from ourselves. Where we see our opportunity, definitely AIB, as our partner, as a climate bank, is the first point where we will not only take finances. When I say take, okay, get financing, but also knowledge and experience. They are the ones with knowledge and experience, and they are the ones from whom we need to learn. Then, okay, we have to start with ourselves. We started thinking about this ahead of time. For a long time, we have been thinking and working on the development of sustainable financing. We are very active in international banking associations, for example, European Association of Public Banks, European Association of Long-Term Investors, where we are also part of governing boards and so on. So we are going hand in hand with Europe. We signed various declarations on sustainable financing. But what does this mean in practice? This is external. Internal is what we need to do, but what no one sees. And this is refers to improving our internal procedures to align them with all the requests coming from the market. For example, within DG Reform, we got the money from the European Commission for the development of environmental and social management system. This is the project that we are implementing in the bank as we speak. And it means that we need to not only recognize sustainable projects, but we also need to know how to finance them and then to have a follow-up, some metrics, some measurements. What makes them sustainable? What happens afterwards, after the project is financed, and where do we see these effects? And we also have a lot of different initiatives, and this is something that cannot be seen from the outside. And Mr. Petricone said this is not a cost, this is an investment. So this is our internal investment in our internal capacities so that we could be, so that we actually provide SMEs on the market tomorrow, because SMEs are the focus and they will be the critical point for us to be able to tell them specifically, these are the requirements, because sustainable financing is not a matter of image anymore or social business operations. I think this is something that we all need to have in mind. This is the future. And without state financing, we will have no financing, or it will be very, very expensive. And companies will face some future costs, and they need to become aware of those today. Because they need to start working and thinking about that in time. Thank you. By listening to all of you, actually this is all a good introduction for Mr. Rimac. I will not ask you about your opinion on green transition because the company that you established 10 years ago, this was not at the center of European policies. You were without emissions, you were digital, and you meet all the requirements of this green transition. But I have to ask you this. Do you ever think, given what you've been through, would it have been easier for you if there were some policies and other mechanisms at the time? Because with ideas like yours and with a product like yours that you want to develop with in this context, this would make things easier for you than it was then. Yes, now by listening to you, I don't know whether this is due to COVID and Greta and all this, but things have changed. We heard about charging stations in Zagreb and so on. This is a huge change. Maybe I spend too much time in my company and I don't see what's happening around me, but things are changing. And as you said, the doors are opening. I remember when I fought my way 10 years ago to get a loan from Croatian Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and I'm still a guarantee for this loan. We still haven't paid it off, so we barely got that loan, and we managed to survive. And we had maybe 7 or 8 employees. So, but of course, there's no hard feelings. That's your job. We were always thankful for your support. Yes, it's not at the time there was no alternative. Today things have changed and there are other possibilities, but at the time you had to do what you had to do. Yes, we got a loan, we survived, we were never late with the payment. But from Croatian perspective, maybe just our company, I think we have to be very selfish. Croatia is one of the very rare countries. Some countries committed in 1991 to reduce greenhouse gases, but I think we were one of the countries who even reduced our emissions in relation to 1991 because our industry disappeared practically. So we did not oblige to reduce that in terms of import. We heard about some things about buses using hydrogen, construction of wind plant farms and so on. But what does Croatia have out of it? Nothing. We purchase energy from photovoltaic, but nothing is produced in Croatia. We just buy this or import this energy. I don't see the use of Croatia. The question is how much can how much Croatia can offer in this transition or Croatian economy? How much can Croatian companies do in this respect? Our market is global. Our market is not Croatia, but I think this is the key question in Croatia. Through these huge investments, not only in Croatia, but globally, what can Croatian economy offer?
Yes, you. Now I feel excess. The questions are just coming. Mr. Savic, this is a question not for you personally, but it is a question for policymakers, for the government, primarily because the programs we have, the purpose is not only to invest, not investments only, but investments that will create sustainability when we speak of R&D, for example. Can we finance something in order to create technologies that we will be able to apply later in under commercial conditions within the framework of this green transition? What have you planned in this respect regarding our financing mechanisms. Well, I would like you to stay as a moderator until the end of this panel. We have many things to discuss regarding the investments themselves. You gave us time to speak. Our plan for recovery and resilience contains a lot of investments. I will not enumerate all of them, but I think that regarding the recovery and resilience plan that is financed from the European mechanism, the rule is that minimum 37% of total funds must be allocated to monitoring climate change, following actually climate change and the green transition. Each of our 46 investments must be assessed regarding the contribution to the climate transition. So all our projects in water management, transport, building, reconstruction, they all have this capacity of contribution up to 100%, including the project implemented by Mr. Rimac. So now we arrive at this question of attempting to implement incentives to our economy. A large part are incentives for development and research. We will have battery-powered cars, for example. This will contribute by 100% to the digital transition and to the green transition. There is a number of projects where our companies and our entrepreneurs and knowledge have contribute to the green transition. So a lot of the projects are not just investment projects, but developmental and technological. We invest huge funds, several billion kunas in energy capacities in order to be able to accept a larger amount of energy from renewable sources. The use of biofuels has already been mentioned several times today. Regarding biofuels, we are planning a biorefinery for the production of progressive fuels. We are co-financing this project, construction of hydrogen infrastructure. This contributes to the strengthening of our capacities, of our knowledge from the recovery and resilience plan. We plan to finance 6 charging stations for hydrogen. There are also other investments that contribute to the growth and development of our economy. As Mr. Miletić said today, Croatia is among rare countries in Europe that can implement geological carbon capturing storage. And in the Recovery and Resilience Plan, we have also planned financing for such pilot projects. It includes the development of new technologies targeted at our oil processing company. They are CO2 intensive, but it needs to be adapted, and their business activity must not be threatened. This is a system for capturing CO2. It is pumped into the soil. This is a technology that needs to be developed. Through this entire plan, you will find segments that contribute to our development regarding technology and knowledge and industry to help them meet the global challenges and requirements that are related to CO2 emission. You have already mentioned, Mr. Marić already said, he spoke about the project implemented by Rimac Automobili Mate. This is a project you have implemented. It is a kind of a title project, so to say, of our plan. You didn't mention too many details about it. You just said that you're preparing the demonstration when it is ready, but I'm a journalist, so I'm interested Are we now in a situation that you can present some additional data or give us a date when we could find out more? Because we're very interested in this. They always asked me, when will you make a car for the Croatian budget? We are producing sports cars, especially now Bugatti Rimac, that is a leading company in the hypercar segment. We focused on this part. We will never produce cars that will be purchased by ordinary citizens. Many investors asked us to do this. We said this doesn't make sense because then a huge change in the market will occur. I held a lot of lectures at conferences regarding industry, etc., about how I see the future of transport, where there will no longer be property, but cars will drive by themselves, and they will be used according to necessity. And then I said, let us try to implement this. We started 3 years ago. We founded a separate company, but we said we won't present this until it is ready. We want to advance very far before we present this. When Mr. Plenković and Mrs. von der Leyen visited our company, we showed them the prototype. We have implemented a lot in this project. But this is such a new area. Maybe this is an advantage in everything that we speak about. It is difficult to compete with things that people have done for 100 years. For example, Tesla Motors. They were founded in Palo Alto, in California, not in Detroit or Stuttgart. And they made the most valuable car company in the world because they base themselves on new things for large producers, software, electrical drive, etc. We see our opportunity in this, in being one of the leaders of the next generation of mobility, and that is autonomous mobility and shared mobility. And this is what we base our concept on, but we have the entire system behind this, not only cars, infrastructure, so-called motherships, as we call them, where cars will be cleaned, charged, and serviced. That is very important. There is the entire software infrastructure. We have a partner for auto driving. We intend to make a showcase in Zagreb, in the first city, but in parallel, we have negotiations with more than 20 cities in all of the world. Where we want to implement a rollout of this service. I will not reveal too much. When you see it, it will be clear because it is very comprehensive. We will not produce cars for everyone, but we want this robot taxi service to be for everyone. We want cars for the whole world to be produced in Croatia, to be exported in several cities of the world. Zagreb is only the first city. We plan dozens of cities in the next years after we start in Zagreb. We are implementing some things that are yet unseen. We want to keep this competitive advantage. Therefore, we don't want to present our project too early. It makes sense. Mr. Savic, you wanted to react. Just short, in the positive respect, Mr. Rimac has said how top secret it is. You can imagine how difficult it was for us in the government to negotiate with the European Commission to seek for funds for research and development. For a project that is secret, you must argument that it exists and that it is founded, that it is part of the recovery and resilience plan. It is not only a question of research and development, but another important detail. When Mrs. von der Leyen came to Zagreb, we wanted her to see by herself that there are capacities for production in Croatia, what they couldn't believe when we started negotiations. They said that a Croatian company wasn't capable of making such a car of such a capacity. And then we showed the car to them. We said that is the fastest racing car, battery charged car. One important detail from your presentation. You showed a Europe map with dots. Dots signified countries, locations where cars were produced. One country was empty, that was Croatia. You said one of the reasons why you won't leave Croatia is because you desire that one day there is a dot in Croatia on the European map, that there is no gap here, that we are a car producer country. We have really contributed a large amount for research and development. So we definitely believe that we will see a presentation of this very soon.
So Rimac Automobili have gathered 300 million kunas of investment, and now with Bugatti we have over 1,500 employees, and so this is a huge thing for Croatia. Now if we went out to the stock market, we would be one of the top 3 best companies or most valued companies in Croatia. So this is not a local story to create 700 robot access for Zagreb. This is nothing compared to what we want to do. First, we want to deploy in Croatia and then produce this or manufacture this for the entire world. If we manage to do this, this is questionable because this is a huge risk and a huge project, but also a huge advantage to the entire country. We are competing directly here with huge technological manufacturers, Uber, Lyft, and so on. These are our competitors. And we have an opportunity to create such a story in Croatia that can be 100 times greater than Rimac cars. Okay, I hope it will be clearer after we show the project. Mr. Beto, I see, maybe do you want to provide financing to them?
This successful story, because I think, you know, we talked a lot about the green transition and the challenges that are attached to this transition, but it's also a lot of opportunities. And we see here an inspiring story of somebody that managed to create a company and to create a dynamic that will have a big impact on the Croatian economy. What is important is that we are talking about a technological revolution here. We are talking about something that has not been done in the future. We have to rethink about the model, the economic model that we are using. So in a way, everybody is on the same line to start. And there are opportunities in Croatia as in Germany, and I would even say that you are better positioned if you don't have a long history in some industrial fields that could create some break for your development in these new technologies that needs to be developed. So I see, and I think that you have to see that as a great opportunity for the Croatian economy. And the only thing that I can say is that the EIB, with our partners like HBOR, we would be more than happy to support these efforts locally and to help new initiatives like Rimac Automobili to try to grow and then to expand broader than only in Croatia.
Thank you. We are coming to the end. Madam Tomic, when we talked about all these changes, and I would say the fundamental change of the mindset, can we now use these funds to mature this awareness in our corporate sector that green business is a good business? Because this is what it is, actually. This is what it all comes down to. As I said already, this has been recognized to some extent. It has been recognized on the European level, but we as a society have to work on this to develop such an awareness in a wider community that the Green Deal is a good business. I would go back to the story that this is all supported by the business community, but we have to be aware that with all the opportunities, even this story, green, digital, 37, 20%, I think everything goes together. So we achieve green through digital very often. We see on the example of Mr. Rimac, So it's mixed, yes, and there's a huge opportunity there. And so on the one hand, we have opportunities for technological advancement, for innovations, and we can do something with that. But on the other hand, we have to be aware of the challenges, financial, administrative ones, challenges, human resources and workforce and so on. However, Mr. Rimac said one good thing. How capable is Croatian economy to make such advancements? I would say that Mr. Rimac succeeded despite the system and not with the help of the system. But with the financing from the EU, this opportunity to me or to us as the Croatian Employers Association enabled to implement some projects that are here somewhere, but that needed some financing, some encouragement. And this is how we managed to implement that, because in all this, it seems to me, when we talk about green transition and our national strategy that we adopted last year, and Fit for 55, this is something that state cannot do itself. It needs to collaborate closely with the business community, because business sector will have to implement all this. Of course, government provides a framework, and our criticism to recovery and resilience plan refers to that. And so we did specific projects focused on green and digital. We delivered that to the government of the Republic of Croatia with the companies that have a clear idea what they want to do, but they needed a push. And we are currently in the situation where we are recovering from the COVID crisis, and we need to think about this transition that requires that. And when I say we all together, I'm referring to business community and the state as well, and the financial side. We need to inform the business community additionally on the opportunities and to expand the circle of people sitting here, because we are all aware of the opportunities, but all the ones who will have to implement this transition need to become aware of that as well, because they need to get information, they need to know about the possibilities of financing and what they need to do in the administrative sense. I think the opportunity is there. I think we have a potential. This is an opportunity. This is a generational opportunity, but I'm optimistic, and I believe we need to cooperate even more closely, and I believe we will be successful. Okay, when it comes to informing, I will take responsibility on behalf of the media, and we need to do that. But when it comes to financial market, Ms. Perko, maybe some last message to all the ones who are currently thinking or developing some projects at the moment. I suppose you will tell them to contact you, to your bank. Yes, I will try to be fast and efficient. Madam Tomic stated challenges. There are challenges, and there will be even more challenges in the future. However, things are not so bad. Our bank did a lot in this area. So before this Green Deal, in the last 3.5 years, we financed over 200 projects, environmental projects, within our regular loan programs. We have financial instruments for that National Capital Fund facility, together with AIB and the Commission, that finances projects, environmental projects. There are financial instruments in civil engineering, construction, lighting, energy efficiency in buildings, and all these instruments already exist on the market. We have financed over 100 projects in the amount of slightly less than 400 million kunas. We are already working on that, and now we have this national plan for recovery and resilience, and we need to apply this principle of do not significant harm. Okay, we will not finance only green and digital, but it's important that we do not harm the environment. That's important to notice. And we also dedicated some significant funds to give them on the market. We have investments into equity, what Mr. Rimac already said 10 years ago. Unfortunately, banking debt was not good for that company at the time. Now we have venture capital and so on. Market has developed, and we are AIB are key points, and AIF, and they're helping us to develop all this on the Croatian market as well. And what is also important in developing of such project is the preparation of the project. Preparation is the key, and together with AIB, there are grants for the preparation of projects where consultants help both private and public sector in the development of such projects, project documentation, and so on. So feel free to contact our bank for reconstruction and development. We have a lot of things to offer, from the preparation of projects. We can finance projects in the different stages of development. Market has developed. We are following. We are not lagging behind other European countries. We are actively monitoring what is happening on the market, and we are here for our clients. Thank you. Madame Mahue. So we opened this panel discussion by you saying us very precisely about the potentials for Croatia and the entire EU in the implementation of this process. And now we heard different opinions about different aspects of this. I think the focus was on the implementation. And I would say that in Croatia, there was a saying that says money is not a problem because money is not there. And now we're in a situation where we say money is an issue because money is there. So there is money available to us, but the question is how to use it and how to implement all this and how to use this potential. Can you tell us, from your perspective, can you give us some recommendations how to implement this transition and how to make it the most efficient, as efficient as possible, of course?
Well, it's a tricky question. One of the things I wanted to say is that we heard a lot today about investment, and investment is clearly a key here, and the European Commission is providing a lot of funding to Croatia. This is one of the countries that has benefited a lot and will benefit a lot from the RF. But reform is also important. So you cannot make investment if you don't do together the reform that allow you enabling environment to support your reform and to make those investments sustainable. So that's why in the RF we have insisted that every member state needs to come up with a plan for investment, but also with reforms. And this has also been included in the Croatian plan. And these are for us as important as the investment to make sure that the growth is going to be there and is going to be sustainable. So that is an important element that I wanted to stress, because it didn't come so often, because indeed the key excitement is about the money, about the investment, but we have also to do the reform, because without that investment will either not succeed or will not last. And second, when you talk about reform, there are some reforms, such as the reform of the business environment, which is an element that is also in the Croatian plan. And this reform needs to generally be front-loaded, because this allows to reduce the bottleneck to investment, and so that allows the investment to continue. Then for the implementation, the RRF has a very strong incentive in implementation, because compared to other funds, you don't get the money ex ante. You get it when you have done your job, when you have implemented part of your reform and investment. So we have agreed with the Croatian government about what we call milestones and targets. So these are really critical steps in the implementation of the reform and investment. And then we have agreed on an association of money with these milestones and targets. So, and it's only when those milestones and targets will be met that the fund is released, and it's released in several installments. But so there is a clear incentive in implement, because if you don't implement, you don't get the money. So that's as simple as that. And the third point that I wanted to insist on is that when doing the implementation, what is key is also to involve stakeholders. This is something that we have asked all member states to explain in their plan, how they have consulted the stakeholder for the design of their plan. and how these consultations have been reflected in the plan. So that has been done by the Croatian government, and there has been extensive consultation of the stakeholder in the design of the plan. What is also important now is to make sure that you involve the stakeholder in the implementation of it. There are several elements on which reform of law and so on and so forth, where clearly a stakeholder needs to be involved. And then for the implementation, you also need, of course, administrative capacity. And here, this is also something that we have insisted, and it was one of the criteria for the approval of the plan, is the administrative capacity of the government to implement the plan. And here, the government has also created some new central capacity, which will be key for monitoring the implementation of the plan, and to make sure that in dialogue with the Commission, we picked up when things are not going well, we intensify our dialogue, so to make sure that the government can meet those targets and those milestones, and that the plan is implemented in full and the money is received. And so the Commission is ready and is fully available, and we've communicated that to the stakeholder and to the government in the assessment of the plan. We had already a very intensive phase of discussion and dialogue, and we plan to continue that in the implementation, because that is the best way to ensure that we collectively make this a success.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this last point. We might have neglected it a little bit during the discussion, but this is the basic content of this National Recovery and Resilience Plan. I will paraphrase one saying, as many reforms, thus much money. So I hope we will become green and that we will get the money. And I wish to thank you, all of you, for participating. And I wish you a lot of success in the implementation of your projects and plans. And I hope we will see each other again in the same place in several years, and that we will have an exclusive transport partner from taxi company in Zagreb, which will be a robot. Thank you once again.
Hvala svim panelistima.
Thank you. My thanks to all the panelists and the moderator, Mr. Biocina. We're now arrived at the end of the first panel discussion. We'll have a short break for the preparation of the second panel. Stay with us. We'll continue very soon.
Dame i gospodo, evo nastavit ćemo našu današnju konferenciju s drugim panelom, pa vas molim da zauzmete mjesta. Hvala lijepa. Uskoro nastavljamo s drugom panel raspravom, zeleno poslovanje, ključni gospodarski izazovi i prilike u paketu, spremni za 55%. Hvala. Dame i gospodo, nastavit ćemo s našom današnjom...
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with today's conference. We're now going over to the second panel discussion. We'll continue our conference, Potentials of the European Green Deal. It is time for the second panel discussion titled Green Business, Key Economic Challenges and Opportunities in the Fit for 55 Package. Participants of this panel discussion are Mr. Miguel Gil Tertre, Head of Unit for Economic Analysis, Foresight and Recovery, Director General for Energy of the European Commission. We can hear and see him. Mr. Alessandro Boschi, Project Directorate, Head of Renewable Energy Division at the European Investment Bank. Mr. Boschi, is he with us? Mr. Boschi, are you with us? Mrs. Sabina Škrtić, member of the Management Board of ENA Energia Naturalis. PhD, Mrs. Nirvana Franković-Michel, Project Manager in the field of climate change at the Environmental Protection and Energy Efficiency Fund. You can take your seat. Thank you. Mr. David Sopta, CEO of the liner shipping company Adrolinija. Mr. Tomislav Mihonic, State Secretary at the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, Transport and Infrastructure, please. The moderator of this panel discussion will be Mr. Gojko Drljača, who is columnist of the Jutarnji List newspaper. Everything is ready. Mr. Drljača, please, you have. Thank you. For the beginning, I must apologize. I have been in journalism for 30 years, but I'm not specialized either for the question of climate change or for energy issues. This is quite closely connected. Maybe I will ask a layman's question. Maybe this is not bad, especially if you manage to answer them in a way that it is understood by all of our leaders. I believe that this is precisely the point of such conferences. So let us start with one basic rule in journalism, and that is that our core business is to call politicians, to bring them to sense the decision makers, so to say, when they sell very nice stories. And according to my opinion, Mr. Tertre, at this moment, I think it is very necessary, it is very interesting regarding the growth in prices on the global level. There are disturbances on goods markets, Especially, there is a huge growth in energy prices. And the mainstream mediums, they have started to connect this energy transition with the growth in prices. Is it really possible that the energy transition impacts this inflation we are witnessing? Could it become something that is a long-term threat? Could it become something that is a long-term threat? This is a question for Mr. Tertre.
Of course, we are waiting for you.
Okay, very good. No, thanks a lot for inviting me to this, to this event today. I think it is, very welcome, and I would like to thank you very much for the interest. I would start with this question that you are putting on the energy prices. So myself, I am the chief economist in the Directorate General for Energy in the European Commission. So it's let's say the main topic that I am addressing these days. Now we need to be very clear about what are the causes of these higher energy prices. We are witnessing something which is a global phenomenon. It's not something that is only happening in Europe, and that is very much linked to the global gas markets. What we are witnessing is the effects of the recovery, a recovery which is stronger than expected, which is very much energy intensive, and a recovery that is global by nature. So that means that there is a big increase in the demand for energy across the globe, and very much in Asia, which is driving this increased demand. At the same time, we are witnessing a situation where we have a tighter supply. We have, in the European Union, 3 main natural gas suppliers, and contracts are honored these days from the suppliers, but we are not receiving more gas than what was initially contracted, and this gas is, in a sense, putting, pressure due to, due to the highest demand. The other source of gas that we have in the European Union, which is the liquefied natural gas, where the United States are the main exporter. This is a global market, and since our Asian counterparts, they are willing to pay more for the gas, this explains why we are in this unusual situation where the gas prices are much higher than what they have been in the past decade. We in the Commission, we are taking it very seriously. Last week, the Commission published a toolbox on short-term and medium-term measures that Europe and the member states can do. And it's very important that we differentiate the short-term and the medium-term. If we are looking, for instance, at the short-term and the causes of the price spike, we see, and despite some information that you might have seen, that the impact of carbon prices and the ETS is completely marginal. And one very simple way to see this is that in some member states, even though there is a higher ETS price, it is cheaper nowadays to generate electricity with coal than with gas. Therefore, it's not ETS the problem, if you see what I mean. The problem is more on the gas side. Now, on the short term, member states, it's very important, and there the Commission is willing, to support all of these measures according to the toolbox, to support those vulnerable users, to support, the companies, and to support the economy in, this short term from now until the end of the winter season, because this is what, if one looks at the futures markets, this is when, the prices are going to be higher. It's clear that after the winter season, the prices will decrease. Now, to what extent, they will decrease, this remains to be seen. the impact also on inflation, it remains to be seen in the sense that, we are talking about short-term spike of prices. Now, where they will stabilize afterwards is the main question, and we will need to see also how these prices, they translate into wages and salaries. Now, going over the medium term, what this is showing is that we are still very much dependent on the global markets on fossil fuels. This is the reality, and we will have to manage well this transition from now until the next 10 years, where we will be progressively reducing the share of fossil fuels in our energy mix. In our communication of last week, we present some avenues that we are willing to explore on how to manage this, but it is important to note that we are in a process where, when prices go up, we are very unhappy. When prices went down last year, and last year we even had situations of negative energy prices at some moments in time, the discussion was different. I mean, the discussion was about what are the incentives to continue investing in energy capacity if the prices are too low. From the Commission perspective, we believe that the current situation puts the focus, as I was mentioning, on the volatility of fossil fuels, and really, if we want to be to come forward with our strategic autonomy, it's very important that we become less dependent on foreign suppliers for our energy. In that sense, renewable energy puts, puts a solution on the table. If we are able to generate more electricity inside the EU from renewable sources, we will be less dependent on fossil fuels. Moreover, energy efficiency is a very important topic. Energy efficiency, reducing our consumption bill, will mitigate a lot the impact of the higher prices. Now, to finalize, my intervention under these points, I would simply, like to insist on the fact that, it is very important that we continue to pursue the objectives of the Green Deal. Basically, we believe that, the current crisis puts on the table, that we need to pursue this. I mean, if we would not do it, we would continue to be more dependent on gas, more dependent on the volatility, having to fight against other regions of the world, like the Asian region, which has come very forcefully out of the COVID crisis, for these resources. And in that sense, we continue to believe on the competitive advantage that the Green Deal is putting on us. So I would stop here, and many thanks again for having invited me to your conference. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Voski, let us stay at this question regarding the dilemma, whether the energy prices can grow if it is followed by, accompanied by interventions of specific countries at the energy market. Can it influence the investments in the realization of all of the green deals? If on the one hand there is a growth in prices, and we know that in future no one knows what will happen with inflation in future. On the other hand, we have interventions by states. Then the question is opened how the investment horizons will look, and the plans have been elaborated in different times.
Question. Well, maybe let me start by saying that so the investment needs in renewable energy will be very, very significant, and they will actually be much higher than before, because with the Green Deal, one of the reforms refers to the Renewable Energy Directive. At the moment, the NECPs of the member states are tailored on an EU objective of 32%, but with the Green Deal, the aim is to go to 40%, as we heard. And actually, this is renewable energy in combined, but if you look at the electricity sector alone, so 40% overall means more than 60% of generation in the EU will have to come from renewables. So there's a big investment challenge. So this, just to give you an idea, this means doubling or even tripling the capacity in solar and onshore wind, and 5 times the capacity in offshore wind. So that's what we need to be looking at over the 10 years. So how do we get there? So I think what is important is now to put into law, all the Fit for 55 package, and that the countries then adapt their plans to these new targets. So I think, as we heard from the Commission, I mean, the spike in energy prices is a contingent situation. We were facing exactly the opposite situation during COVID, when prices were too low, and investors were asking themselves whether they should be investing. Now one could say, well, with these high prices, we should invest. I think one should look at the long term. So the long term is that renewables will have an effect to reduce overall the prices. Despite this current situation, which is caused by gas, there will be more volatility. So there will be situations like this. So I think it is on the volatility as well that one needs to pay attention. And the volatility can be mitigated through flexibility in the energy system, through investments in the grid, storage. I think the package from the Commission for the medium term includes also some storage solutions, both gas storage, but possibly in the future also electricity storage. So this will help in the longer term to smoothen prices, but renewables will in the end have an effect towards lower prices, because once the pricing of the electricity is based on the marginal cost, and we all know quite well that renewables produce at basically almost a zero cost. So I don't see any relationship now with the current crisis and the investment needs. What is important is that there is a combination of plans from the member states and that are then turned into action through auction systems. So in Croatia, for example, I know there will be soon an auction system for renewables. The permitting process needs to be also simplified, because we need to foster these investments at the right pace and quality, if you like. So I think the auctions, for example, through the feed-in premium system that is envisaged here in Croatia, they offer a way to stabilize revenues. So to decouple, if you like, the investor from these situations of very extreme high or very extreme low prices. So I think this is a way. I mean, we're also financing projects in Europe which benefit from these auctions. We're also seeing more and more PPA, so renewable energy producers selling to private buyers with long-term contract at a price that is more or less stable. So there are ways to decouple, if you like, the investments from this volatility. And I think I gave some examples.
Thank you. Gospođo Franković.
Thank you, Madam Franković. I have a very simple question for you. I grew up in this city, and there was a cement plant in the east, and the industry was... but we had clean air. This summer, there's some reports where it turned out that the city of Zagreb is one of the cities with the most polluted air in the world. I think we were somewhere close to some Chinese city. So can environmental fund react to this situation of the pollution of air in Zagreb, or is this impossible? Well, the quality of air can be related to climate changes, and I have to say that some 2 or 3 years ago I've heard for the first time that there's a joint policy that connects the quality of air and climate change, because some pollutants are also air pollutants are also particles that speed up climate change. The quality of air is being monitored and measured through the state network and also regionally And also some cities have their own measuring stations. Act on Air Protection states that Croatian Hydrometeorological the institute is in charge of that, as well as the Institute for Medical Research, and they also measured. And the Fund for Environmental Protection has to provide financial funds for the measuring program, and this is around 10 million kunas per year. Also, the fund uses its finances to co-finance project documentation, because the state is divided into agglomerations and zones, and in case of the second category of air, we are drafting documents that prescribe long-term or short-term measures on how to improve the quality of air. Croatia has a problem with cross-border pollution. The entire Croatia, as well as Zagreb, are faced with this problem, as well as Europe. The most common pollutants are nitrogen and sulfur, and some particles but it's the very, very small particles, but they're the most damaging to people's health because they enter lungs. And they can be cancerogenic. And this is the issue that Zagreb is faced with. So when it comes to particles, Zagreb has a second quality of air. And since 2006 and 17 and 18, Zagreb was drafting an action plan for the improvement of air quality, and the operational deadline is up to 2023. They need to be implemented, and we also need to draft reports to see whether we made some progress. There is no progress regarding particles, and this progress is not really positive. The other measures implemented by the fund so these are all, we do implement some measures that lead to improvement of air quality. If I understood well, so there's no industry in Zagreb, but where industry is developed, then we have a problem. Yes, but the main reason for the creation of these particles is heating using wood or timber. Only new technologies, new furnaces, and use of pellets will reduce the emissions of these particles. Is because gas was expensive to people even before this increase in prices, yes. But even when people did use gas, they went back to timber. Okay, let's go to the basic questions. Madam Škrtić, you come from a serious business. What did this look into? How did this look into practice? So what instruments are used for decarbonization in practice? What are you faced with? How are you going to solve this in your oil processing companies? This year in April, there was a ridiculous situation, not only for oil processing, but also for other stakeholders, because they had to procure the defined amounts and pay them through the ETS, and also meet their obligation for CO2 emissions that they continuously produce. But there was an interesting situation. The ETS system has become very interesting for financial industry and speculations, and financial industry has played an interesting role in this situation, and they actually use this instrument in the context of their financial activity and attempts to create some added value. And then we were in a situation where ETS price grew extremely in the first half of this year. So everybody was in a problem, starting from chemical companies and oil processing companies and other producers that had to participate in the process. It would be nice to play with this concept and to protect it from these damaging influences, and the growth of ETS and the money that comes from this tool should end up where it should end up, basically, to finance research and development, and in order to find new technological solutions to reduce CO2 emissions for greening industrial manufacturers and industrial players. Mr. Tetra, I hope you managed to understand all this, and I have to ask regarding your position. If one representative of a very successful Croatian company claims that it is possible to inflate prices through speculations of ETS, is this something that you also saw on your level? Because this is the question that is being discussed. Mr. Tetra, it's for you.
Thanks. So sorry, because it arrives a bit late, with the translation. So on the question of ETS, in the toolbox that we published last week, we announced that we will task the European Securities and Market Authority to look into possible market manipulation into the ETS. That said, as of today, we don't have any evidence that this is taking place. And as I said, starting from the point that even though ETS prices have increased, it would only make 1/9 of the total increase in the energy prices. And this is where we see, that gas is the real, driver of the increases in prices. Now, that said, as I said, we don't have any evidence today about, a speculation happening in the ETS market. But, we are open to launch the necessary investigation through the European Securities and Market Agency. And they will have to come back to us by early 2022 to signal if this is happening. Thank you.
Hvala vama. Gospodine Mihotić.
Thank you, Mr. Mihotić. We heard Mr. Rimac and his impressive visions. Could you tell us in simple words, so for us in Croatia to meet these objectives of reduction of greenhouse gases, what should happen in Croatian transport? What changes need to happen to achieve this? So on the European level, transport produces about 1/4 of greenhouse gases. In Croatia, this might be even higher, although we heard that timber is also one of the great pollutants. Of course, through all the strategies and directives that the EU implements, and Croatia fits into this with its legislative framework, we established the system of the use of vehicles using alternative fuels in all modes of transport, not only vehicles, but vehicles are used on the road, and they're the biggest pollutants. So our objective is that through the adoption of the directive on charging stations on alternative fuels and infrastructure for vehicles using alternative fuels, we want to have as many vehicles as possible using alternative fuels. or alternative drive. When it comes to National Plan for Reconstruction and Resilience, we first plan for financing the purchase of such vehicles, 160 million for the purchase by private buyers for road vehicles, personal vehicles, and heavy vehicles, heavy-duty vehicles. And primarily, this refers to actually first to electricity and then hydrocarbon. We have to establish 60 charging stations for these vehicles, and we hope that this altogether will contribute to the achievement of the objective up to 2030 to have 50% of vehicles using alternative fuel. We now have some 272 charging stations for electricity with some 693 connection points. Colleagues from the energy sector will know better. Some of these connection points are not of adequate power. We need to work on that. On the other hand, other modes of transport with my colleague from Jadrolinija will explain on the example of naval transport and railway and airplane transport. We are also adapting this to the introduction of clean energy and the change of the current energy used in this mode of transport. Thank you, Mr. Sopta. Mr. Mihotic said that you now should take the floor in maritime transport. We also are faced with an interesting situation. Where do you see the biggest challenge there?
Thank you for this question. The green transition has no alternative. There is no alternative for us. We are definitely for this goal. It is only a question of its implementation. We always speak of the green transition or green transformation. As a national liner shipping company that is the leader in this market, we are engaged in the so-called short sea shipping. Next year, we will celebrate 75 years of business. We are deeply involved in this synergy system of island life. And we contribute a lot to the tourist product of Croatia. We transport 12.5% of passengers per year and 3.5 million vehicles. With our capacity, we are among the 10 largest in the global ferry industry. The green transformation is a great challenge for us. A lot of questions are opened. And without the synergy with our owner and the state and all others who desire to finance the Green Deal, we don't see any further results. We see now definitely that we are at a turning point. In the context of Corona that has affected the tourism sector and transport sector the most. We are in a specific position in this respect. On the other hand, we must start an entire investment cycle in the green direction. We are also part of the Global Association Interferry of shipping company owners. 2 weeks ago, I attended a large conference. And I can only say that it hasn't yet been clearly defined which fuel will be the fuel of the future. It only shows that shipping as a sector is very wide. And from our position and perspective, and that is coastal liner transport. We see that we will need to take the direction of electricity, batteries, and hybrid drives with much cleaner fuels, either methane or hydrogen, because we're all aware that previous EU strategies were also based on fuels such as LNG. We know that Croatia also obtained a large investment in an LNG terminal. Now, in these new strategies, LNG as fuel is no longer acceptable. Our main ideas are the following: how to maintain our service towards our passengers on the same level as now, so that it doesn't suffer because of the new technologies. And on the other hand, we must work together on the infrastructure. Our infrastructure is on coasts, in our harbors. We must have a certain infrastructure supply with specific fuels, not only electricity, but also all of the other mentioned fuels, such as methane, hydrogen, and some other alternative green fuels. We must develop this shipping segment and shipping transport together in order to be able to function with our ships. We must have an electricity supply, electricity charging stations, both on islands and on the coast, on the mainland, in our harbors. And it is very important here that our competent ministry and also the government, that we try to see how to bring this infrastructure not only on the roads, but also into harbors, in order to be able to start cleaner green drives and technical solutions as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Sopta. I think that Mr. Tertre needed to leave us. He's no longer here on screen. Yes, he had announced some obligations. This was a bit late, the panel discussion, but we definitely want to thank him for his participation. Mr. Boski, renewable energy sources. The investments have been very significant until now, but it is our impression that the potentials are much higher. How do you assess the potentials in Croatia? Where do you see room for very significant investments?
Well, yes, I mentioned before about the investment challenge. I think Croatia is in a very good position to face these investment needs. Well, for a number of reasons. First of all, you have quite an important hydro component, which is a good starting point of actually permanent generation, that on top of which you can have flexible generation from wind and solar, which not all countries have. Then you're endowed with a very important resource, both for wind and solar. So I think in your plan at the moment, you have an ambition to reach 5 gigawatts, if I'm not mistaken, from a level of 3 today. As I mentioned before, the Fit for 55 will request higher ambition from all member states, and I think Croatia has room to improve this, simply because you have a very vast territory and you have areas with a very good resource, both for solar and for wind. I think that, as I said before, the other important thing is to make sure that these investments are coupled with an adequate permitting procedure, with an adequate auction system, and also that the investments are made on the network system. And I remember we had the Energy Finance Workshop for Croatia in July. It was a very positive event for EIB and Croatia, I think. And I heard there that the peculiar geography you have in Croatia, because you have an area more in the south where you're producing the renewable energy and your demand centers more in the north. So it will be important also to invest in the networks as well. So yes, so I think Croatia has all the potential. It needs, you know, to work, I think, on the auction system, the permitting, and then to use, let's say, the resource it has. As EIB, we are very keen to support Croatia. We are now in advanced discussion with HEP. I mean, HEP is, of course, an important counterpart for renewables in Croatia. They have a very important investment plan in renewables. We're also looking closely at the auctions. As I mentioned before, we are financing projects in other countries which came out from auctions, also with smaller companies potentially. You know, depending exactly on the structure, you know, of the contract that will come out of the auction, we can also work with the promoters to see how we can support the project better. I mean, through financial instruments like EFSI and now the InvestEU, we are able also to support projects which have some degree of market exposure, so they're not fully, let's say, covered by a contract, either during, you know, let's say the operational years for a part of the volume, or towards the tail, let's say, of the loan. So we have a lot of flexibility also to adapt our loans to the specific needs of the project as EIB. And actually, maybe last but not least, in Croatia, we can finance up to 75% if there's a need of the investment cost. This is more than we usually do. We do normally up to 50%. But for 10 countries, we were hearing before, some countries require more investments into the transition. So the 10 countries which are actually benefiting from the modernization fund, for those countries in our energy lending policy, we decided that the bank can go up to 75%. So that's also an opportunity that the EIB can offer in Croatia.
Hvala. Gospođo Franković-Mihelj, znači postoji Pariški sporazum.
Mrs. Franković-Mihelj, there is the Paris Agreement. It has defined some goal that the temperature must not grow more than 1.5%, the carbon neutrality, sustainability. At the previous panel, we have heard the thesis. A problem is not money. I have been raised in different generations where money was always the problem. Therefore, I must ask, what are the sources of financing that are available to us to help us enter all of the investments? How will it function? What is the Environmental Protection Fund doing in this respect? We have heard a lot today already. I was really glad when I heard Mr. Petruccioni regarding all of the news that are ahead of us. I was really pleased because all of the news are already known to us. Some of those things were already started before. We were on a good path. I would like to thank him, and I was especially glad to hear that the first project from the Modernization Fund for Croatia has been approved. We heard the news last week, and I will explain the connection between the Environmental Protection Fund and the Modernization Fund. We have heard many of those things several times, but I would like to be certain that everyone who lives here today knows precisely what we have discussed today precisely and what we need to do in the next 10-year period. We speak of minus 55% emission reduction. How can a country prove its emissions? And as European Union, how will we 2030 prove that we are in minus 55%. States need to elaborate national inventories of greenhouse gas emissions, NIR. They are elaborated each year. In Croatia, it is usually with a difference of 2 years. It is in the competence of the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development. The NIR, it is a book NIR. It is a book of 500 pages, and there is a final table that shows the emissions of an individual country. It is calculated mathematically by prescribed rules given by the UN Convention so that the NIRs of all countries can be compared and assessed. They are subject to revision every year because those emissions actually present funds, money. The NIR is elaborated according to sectors, in 5 sectors. That is the energy sector, construction, transport, fuels, and that is a sector that carries the most emissions. That is why the most future investments in energy are necessary. There's also the energy of agriculture. The highest number of emissions from agriculture comes from management of cattle breeding. The quantity of emissions from fossil fuels also belongs to the sector of energy. Emissions from processes such as the decomposition of calcium carbonate are calculated in industry. There's also the waste sector, where the emissions come from the biological decomposition of waste. These are the sectors that generate emissions. And the 5th sector is the land use sector and forestry. There was a problem in translating this sector. That is the key sector that can eliminate minuses. What is climate neutrality? It is on us to reduce emissions as much as possible in all sectors, and we believe that emissions will not be reduced to 0, but there will be minor emissions that will need to be covered from this LULUCF sector. And there is no climate neutrality from this sector, and those are the net zero emissions. This is the mathematic zero. This is not an absolute zero emission, but this is a mathematical zero emission. All of the planned funds need to be directed into measures. We think that the amounts are high, but Croatia made a calculation that we will need even more than the available funds to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. We need to multiply our results because we have the climate neutrality ambition by 2050, but after 2050, the emissions need to be in minus. And in this way, Croatia has elaborated its strategic documents. We have the strategy of adaptation, the National Integrated Climate and Energy Plan, in which the measures for all sectors are prescribed, and the sector that implements the policy of the Ministry of Economy. Those are the measures implemented by the fund, the public calls announced by the fund on an annual level for all sectors. And particularly, I must emphasize that in the last year, we made special investments in this LULUCF sector. It was significant here that member states, just a couple of more sentences to elaborate this. In this sector, there are the most changes as Kyoto ended by 2020, and then the emissions from the LULUCF sector were not shown in the inventory. But from 2020, the LULUCF sector enters the inventory, and that is why it becomes so significant. And a flexible mechanism is also introduced. Now, the regulation from 2018 will introduce a flexible mechanism of trading of CO2 outflows. All states must meet all their obligations according to specific conditions, or if they have excess outflows, they will be able to forward this to other countries. Emissions of companies, emissions are under the competence of companies, and outflows are under the competence of the state. The fund achieves its finance inflows on the basis of those who consume will pay. The pollutant pays. And in relation to the Modernization Fund, as the Climate Change Act defines that the fund is a national auctioneer, the funds from the modernization funds will also go through this fund, and the fund is, while a project manager is the Ministry of Economy, and it applies for projects from the modernization fund, and the fund establishes contacts with the end users and delivers the funds. We are really glad. This is the first project in this year related to renewable sources, but there is also we are now signing the agreement with the ministry in order to regulate mutual relations related to modernization fund. As was already said, the modernization fund, one part of the ETS was separated into the modernization fund, and it is managed by EIB, delegated by the European Commission. There are now 10 countries, but there is also a proposal that 12 countries will be able to use the funds, and Croatia is among them.
Exactly. As a journalist, I don't need to explain this to our everyday reader. Madam Škrtić, let's simplify things. So some money is there, and if we are well informed, you should receive grants from this fund for recovery for reduction of carbon emission and storage. You're talking about CCS project, yes. So this is an opportunity. Can we learn something about your plans? In a way, this is a joint project between INA and Petrochemia. And we are here talking about CCS technology, which includes capture of CO2 and storage of those molecules into some underground storages, in this case, INA storages. This is a very advanced project, and it should be noticed in technological sense and in the sense of public. And as such, it also works for the benefit of Petrochemia as a manufacturer of fertilizer, as an important stakeholder in the cycle of food production. And we also hope that this will reduce financial burden arising from ETS. On the other hand, Petrochemia also applied for a Just Transition Fund and we heard it's not yet eligible, but this project implies reconstruction of ammonia facility, which is of key importance for the production of fertilizer. And we still haven't managed to receive grants within Just Transition Fund. And this project included the reduction of emissions by 20%, which is substantial. This entire area requires a lot of work. not only on the side of petrochemia, but also on the side of state, as was mentioned already. We need to remove all the administrative barriers, simplify the processes, and raise the level of understanding of who can apply, where they can apply, what are the key points, where to find all the information. And it would be great to get some sort of www.eufunds.hr, where big companies such as petrochemia could find key information in a simple way. Please. This application of storing CO2 into underground has been known for a long time, but not as a use of reduction of CO2 emissions, but on producing oil. When a source of oil was depleted, then this technologically extended the life. So this CO2 was used for oil before, and now it's used for a different purpose. And for some time, Croatia had a significant co-financing for the technology of CCS technology in all its plans, because it was related to Plomin 3, because new thermal plants had to build such a facility for carbon injection. However, as Plomin 3 is not in use anymore, now they're implementing it in different projects. Since I think this will be one of the longest lasting conferences almost, so I propose to come to a conclusion now. Mr. Mihotic, what you said, it's clear that changes in transport are long-reaching, but some other changes will happen as well. For example, you have a serious project related to tolls. This is toll booths. So this is related to highways, but also state operator HUDs, or Croatian highways. And we have other ones, Bina Istra and Zagreb Macelj highways that are under concessions. Our goal is to introduce a contactless charging system where ramps will not stop the drivers entering the highway. And this will directly reduce the emissions, because you know what it means to wait for hours at toll booths and to turn on the engine again. So this will reduce the emissions to air significantly, and especially when we also calculate in the vehicles using alternative fuel. So through the national program, Croatia has ensured 495 million kunas for the implementation of the entire system, or 1.2 billion kunas, 1.2 billion kunas, which should be fully implemented in the next 3 years. This is intention not only of Croatia, but of the entire EU to establish such a system of transport where there will be no stops at toll booths or at the entrances to highways. And we, as the ministry, are fully prepared to implement this. Thank you. 2 more questions. Mr. Sopta, from what you said, we understood that green policies will be a serious challenge for you. But is there any chance to increase efficiency? You mean efficiency as business efficiency, business operation efficiency of the company? There will be some for sure. In the digitalization process, we did a lot when it comes to digitalization process. When it comes to green energy, each future project, each future investment that we plan to implement will include these green technologies. There's this dilemma that where we would like for the European Commission and European Union to recognize this transition process in our sector. We cannot switch to green emission technology because structure on the coast is not on the level of development where it can support this. We have to have a transition where we will have some 40, 50, 60% of reduction of greenhouse gases, primarily CO2. And in that context, we would like to have the understanding for such projects that significantly reduce the emissions, but not fully, because zero-emission ships that exist in on some specific routes, but in our case, it's not simple to achieve this at this moment. See, the ambition that the EU defined for 2030 to have 55%, that's almost in 8 years. We have to achieve a significant improvement in our sector and our company. And in that context, it's very important for us to make it financially sustainable and flexible, since citizens on islands and our passengers cannot suffer if we say, okay, this will be our schedule, and then this would limit them. In that context, we have to have a financial support in these projects where we will reduce something, the emissions significantly, but to have a completely zero emission, it would not very be possible within 8 years. That's what I want to say. Mr. Boski, renewable sources and investments. There's a story that investors are not ready to enter such investments if adequate guarantees are not provided to them. What's the role of your investments in terms of guarantees in such investments?
Thank you for the question. Well, I guess it depends a lot what kind of investors we are talking about. We see quite a range, actually, who are more, risk-taking or risk-averse. I think one example I can give is exactly on the energy prices we were speaking about before, and we see in some markets investors who are willing, to take on with their equity investment the market risk, because they see, in their analysis that there's a prospect for prices that are high enough to justify a good return on their investment. And this is also due to the fact, probably something that I forgot to mention in my previous two interventions, is that renewable energy has become increasingly competitive. So the production of electricity through renewables, of course, it depends very much on the location for wind and for solar, but generally speaking, it has become actually the cheapest form of electricity. And in many cases, the cost of that electricity, let alone today with these very high prices, but even before these spikes, in some markets, the cost of electricity from renewables has been quite substantially lower than the current level and the forecast. So some of these investors are asking us, to finance these projects without them having any guarantee in terms of the prices. So they don't have an auction where they're guaranteed a feed-in premium where stabilizing the revenues. They don't have a PPA guaranteeing the revenues. So banks are very reluctant to take on that risk because, we have a view, in fact, that, renewables will eventually, in the longer term, and even possibly during the life of the single project, the prices would be, potentially can become quite low. We heard about negative prices. So there will be more and more hours where the prices are low. So for that reason, we as a bank, we ask that there is either a PPA or the benefit of a feed-in premium scheme for at least a part of the revenues. And then we are increasingly, however, in order to support investments which are also riskier, taking on loans for projects where there is some residual market risk, let me say. So this is happening maybe in Spain, for example, where they haven't had for years actually any support to renewables, and still investments took place. But I think for Croatia, in my opinion, the right way to go is now through these auctions. And when the market develops more, maybe there will be space also for PPAs and for partial exposure to the electricity market. I mean, once there is more maturity in the market.
Hvala lijepo i posebno zahvaljujem.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the audience. And now I would like to conclude this panel and conference.
Hvala svima na sudjelovanju.
Thank you all for participating.
Thank you for participating. I hope it was interesting. See you next time. Thank you to the panelists and moderators and everyone who followed this online.